Chapter 1007. Seeing this, the following warships also docked one after another and lowered the drawbridge. Groups of Legion of Dionysia soldiers boarded the embankment one after another and joined the battle. There were also warships that bypassed Stephakas's ship and landed on the embankment further ahead, attempting to surround the enemy from the rear. In just a few minutes, hundreds of Dionia soldiers appeared on the natural breakwater, and behind them, many warships were approaching the embankment one after another. There were only a few dozen Carthage soldiers who slowly descended the city by ropes, and they were still surrounded. Ragnaka, who saw this scene from the city wall, was shocked. He realized that he could not stop the Dionia soldiers from landing on the embankment, so he immediately stopped the soldiers from continuing to descend the city and decided to first defend this section of the city wall at the natural breakwater. Then, with the help of the fire on the city wall, he saw that the Dionia soldiers who came up later formed a loose formation along the city wall in front of the lighthouse, and then each of them made a throwing motion. Countless javelins flew up to the top of the city wall, followed by screams. Only then did Ragnaka recall in panic that the Dionia heavy infantry could throw javelins. He had to change his mind again and ordered the troops to quickly retreat from this section of the city wall and concentrate on defending the entrance of the natural breakwater, the Tower Gate. With Carthage's men retreating, the mountain scouts who were struggling to hold on finally breathed a sigh of relief. They did not have time to mourn for their dead comrades, but to seize the time to treat their wounded comrades and clean up the corpses in front of the entrance of the lighthouse. Then, they watched as the legionnaires from the bottom of the tower continued to rush up to the top of the city wall. One of the team members held the arrow shaft that was exposed outside his arm tightly, while another member aimed a sharp short sword at the arrow. Terentius gritted his teeth and nodded at him. A cold light flashed, and the entire arrow shaft was cut off. Terentius breathed a sigh of relief, and gently shook his swollen left hand. Although the tip of the arrow was still in his arm, at least it was not too much of a hindrance to move. Terentius! Heavy footsteps sounded behind him. When Terentius turned around and saw who it was, he hurriedly saluted. Commander Matonis! Congratulations on making a great contribution to the kingdom again. From now on, our Second Corps will be responsible for the offensive. You and your subordinates stay here and recuperate. The medical battalion will be here soon to treat you, Matonis said with a concerned expression as he looked at the arrow wound on his arm. Yes, Terentius replied respectfully. He thought for a while and reminded, Army Commander Matonis, the gate of the towers on the walkway of the city wall in front is more difficult to attack than what the Carthaginian captives have described. The long-range attacks from the towers on both sides are a great threat to the soldiers. Even if it's not easy, we still have to do it. We don't have much time now, Matonis said and strode up to the top of the city wall. Terentius understood what Matonis meant. Lilibo was too important to the Carthage army. The Dionysian army's attack would definitely alert the Carthage's military commander, Mago, who was outside Serenus. If they could not take over the city as soon as possible, Carthage's reinforcements would definitely come from Serenus, and the night attack would fail. Thinking of this, Terentius could not wait any longer. He followed Matonis closely, wanting to see the Second Corps conquer the Tower Gate with his own eyes. Ragnaka had just led the Carthaginian soldiers to retreat to the gate of the tower when Imazir rushed over angrily. When he saw Ragnaka, he questioned him. Why did you retreat after such a short battle? You let the enemy take control of the lighthouse so easily. Ragnaka, you are afraid of battle and abandoned the seawall. If Lilibo fails, aren't you afraid of being interrogated by the Senate and crucified? Sir, the people of the Maganid family regard honor as their lives. They will never be afraid of death. Ragnaka replied sternly. The reason why I ordered the army to retreat is because there are too many Dionia soldiers on the seawall. It is very disadvantageous for us to fight there. In the short battle just now we have lost nearly 200 soldiers. If our troops lose too many soldiers on the seawall, will we still have enough troops to defend the entire city? So, it is better to retreat and defend here. No matter how many Dionia ships send, as long as we hold on until tomorrow, when Mago arrives with his army, we will win. Ragnaka's words reminded Imazir. He asked, "How many soldiers from Dionia came?" "Nearly 10,000. Ragnaka tried to say as much as he could. Imazir was shocked. After thinking for a while, he said decisively, "I will hand over the command of the entire Lilibo garrison to you. You must resist the attack of Dionia and hold on until Mago arrives with his army." "Please rest assured, sir. I will do my best to defend Lilibo," Ragnaka immediately said. As soon as his voice fell, the garrison in the tower of the artificial seawall sent someone over and shouted eagerly, "Sir, there is a large number of Dionia warships coming from outside the port." "What? Is the Dionia really planning to concentrate their forces to attack Lilibo city from the port?" Imazir panicked. Not only him, but the team officers and soldiers around him also felt nervous. Seeing this, Ragnaka smiled confidently and said, "The Dionians came by ship, so it's impossible for them to bring along large siege weapons. The port area is narrow, so they won't be able to deploy their troops no matter how many soldiers they bring. Take a good look. We have such tall and strong walls and perfect defense facilities. Not to mention holding on for a day. Even if we hold on for a month, it will be difficult for them to break into the city from the port. Moreover, it is a good thing that the Dionia are attacking from the port. We all know that Mago has been trying to fight a decisive battle with the Dionia, but the Dionia have been hiding in the city and camp, avoiding the battle. Now that they are finally here, it gives Mago the opportunity to lead the army to annihilate them, and it also gives us the opportunity to make contributions. This battle may decide the victory of our Carthage in Sicily." Ragnaka's words inspired the confidence of the people around him, and it also made Imazir feel that his decision just now was not wrong. "General, the Dionia are coming," the team officer on the tower shouted. "You immediately lead 500 soldiers to carry large rocks and block the entrance of this tower. You lead 4 teams of soldiers to collect a large amount of tar, wood, and stones, and bring them to the tower. You let your archers line up behind the tower door and be ready to shoot at any time." Just as Ragnaka was making detailed arrangements, a unit of the 2nd Legion of Dionia slowly approached the tower door in a tortoiseshell formation on the walkway of the city wall. Countless arrows bypassed the tower door and hit the long shields like raindrops, but they could not damage them at all. On the other hand, the Carthage light infantry on the tower threw javelins hard on the long shields and even splashed sparks in the night. A few javelins penetrated the long shields, accompanied by muffled groans of the legionnaires. But with the support of the Dionia soldiers, they still maintained the integrity of the entire formation. As they approached the tower door and endured another round of javelins, the captain of the Dionia team shouted, "Withdraw the shields and throw to the left." In the blink of an eye, the legionnaires withdrew the long shields in their left hands and threw the javelins that were already in their right hand. Dozens of javelins flew towards the tower on the left. The Carthage light infantry, who were leaning out of the tower to throw the javelins down, were caught off guard and were hit one after another. Screams were heard, and some even fell out of the tower and smashed into the ground of the port. After throwing the javelin at the tower on the left, the Dionians did not even look at the result and quickly threw the second javelin at the tower on the right. At the same time, the Carthaginian light infantry on the tower on the right attacked with javelins at the same time. At such a close distance, it was too late for them to raise their shields to protect themselves. 6 soldiers of the Dionian army were immediately shot and fell. "Raise the shields and retreat," the captain hurriedly ordered. The Dionia soldiers raised their shields while dragging their wounded comrades back. At this time, several Carthage soldiers appeared on the left tower again and threw the clay pots in their hands at the retreating Dionia soldiers. The clay pots broke and liquid splashed everywhere. The faces of the Dionia soldiers changed. "It's tar! Fall back, fall back!" Just as the Dionia soldiers were retreating in panic, a few burning torches fell near the clay pots, instantly igniting a wall of fire and burning a few Dionia soldiers who were lagging behind. Martones, who was standing a distance away, saw the attack of the Legion of Dionia and felt a pang in his heart. He shouted, "Inform Tricias, the captain of the 2nd Legion of Light Infantry, immediately, and ask him to lead the archers to the corner of the wall and attack the enemies on the 2 towers. Also, bring the black wood up here quickly." "Legion Commander, the soldiers have already brought the black wood into the lighthouse, but the stairs are too narrow, it's a little difficult to bring it up. They're trying to figure out a way," the adjutant explained. "I don't care what they're going to do, I want them as soon as possible. Listen carefully, bring the black wood up to the top of the wall as soon as possible. If there's any delay, don't blame us for punishing you." Martones roared anxiously. "I'll inform them right now." The adjutant also felt the urgency of the situation and turned to run into the tower, but was stopped by Martones again. "You also have to inform the engineering camp to speed up and assemble the ballistae, then bring them up to the top of the wall. I want to use them to attack the 2 towers." "Yes, sir." The warships of the 3rd Fleet entered the port of Lilibo, and Mytilades heaved a sigh of relief. The 3rd Fleet had just arrived in the western waters of Sicily and was not familiar with the sea conditions here. Moreover, there were many islands on the route from Pailmos to Lilibo, and they were sailing at night. Mytilades was afraid that the warships would hit the rocks and sink, so not only did the entire fleet sail slowly, but every warship was also equipped with veteran sailors from Pailmos to guide the way. He could finally rest assured that they could successfully reach the port of Lilibo. Literature Museum. Chapter 1008. Leotychides was also on the flagship of the 3rd Fleet. As he was the one who proposed and planned this night attack to the King of Devers, and he had a better understanding of Lily City through the interrogation of the Carthage captives, Leotychides still appointed Leotychides as the temporary commander of this operation, even though Martones, the 2nd Legion's commander, was more senior than him in the army. As soon as Leotychides entered the port, he kept observing the surrounding environment and compared it with the information revealed by the Carthage captives. The entire bay of the port was surrounded by walls that were more than 10 meters high, and there was a tower about 40 meters between the walls. Under the illumination of the clusters of torches at the top of the wall, Carthage's soldiers could be seen everywhere. If the 2nd Legion had not taken down the natural breakwater, the warships that entered the port would have been attacked by fire arrows from all directions. However, even if they had successfully invaded the port of Lilibe and successfully seized the lighthouse, Leotychides did not think that the Dionysian army would be able to conquer Lilibe within a day. Therefore, his initial plan was to attack the port of Lilibe at night and destroy it so that the Carthaginians would not be able to use it to transport supplies and soldiers for the army in a short period of time. But later, the King of Devers wrote back that he wanted to try his best to take down Lily City, and at the end of the order, he wrote that Sicerion might have a way to take down the city. What could Sicerion, who was good at naval warfare, do to attack a city on land? Leotychides kept thinking about this question. His eyes turned to the natural breakwater in the west. The warships of the Sicilian fleet were docked by the embankment, and countless soldiers were gathered on the embankment. Most of them were waiting in formation, and only a few soldiers were running to the lighthouse under the leadership of the team officers. At the same time, there were soldiers carrying their wounded comrades out of the lighthouse. The orders of the team officers rang from time to time on the walls of the embankment, and there were also countless shadows moving. Further ahead, flames rose from the walls, illuminating the arrows flying in the air, and the soldiers in black helmets and armors carrying black logs as they prepared to cross the wall of fire. Seeing this, Leotychides could not help but break into a cold sweat. In his opinion, Capturing the tower gate was indeed the key to unlocking the defenses of Lily City, but the walkway was too narrow for the troops to spread out. Once Carthage strengthened the defenses there, it would be difficult to take it in a short period of time, unless there was a miracle. Time was running out. Go and ask where Sicerian is, Leotychides said softly to his adjutant, Tagru. Tagru immediately asked several warships of the Sicilian fleet that were passing by. The crew gave the same answer: Sir Sicerian is at the port. The members of the Mountain Reconnaissance Brigade didn't understand why they were ordered to capture all the workers at the dock, but at the same time, they had to try their best to not hurt anyone. Despite their doubts, the mountain scouts still carried out the order faithfully. In fact, the task was easy to complete because the laborers were gathered at the port, ready to unload the cargo. When the lighthouse guard rang the alarm, more than a dozen cargo ships at the front were already approaching the pier. The mountain scouts crawled out of the linen and quickly jumped ashore. The laborers gathered at the port were captured before they could figure out what was going on. Under the watch of the 10 Mountain Ridge Scouts, the laborers were escorted to the side of the pier. Then, they saw the Dionians wielding sharp blades and creating chaos in the port area. They were all frightened and did not dare to move a muscle. At this moment, the Dionia soldiers who had been staring at them like fiends suddenly straightened their bodies and beat their left chests with their right fists, shouting, "Sir Sicerian! Brothers, you've worked hard." Following this deep voice, a group of people appeared in front of the laborers. The person in the lead was wearing a black helmet with a purple and red crown and a black breastplate. His sharp eyes slowly swept across the faces of the laborers. The laborers lowered their heads in fear. "Are all the laborers at the port here?" Sicerian asked in a deep voice. "Except for a few who didn't listen to our advice and tried to resist and escape. We stabbed them down," the mountain scouts replied. Sicerian took off his helmet and handed it to his subordinate. Then, he strode toward the laborers. The laborers were so frightened that they lowered their heads even more. Sicerian stopped in front of a thin and weak young laborer. His voice suddenly became hoarse. "Setonis, raise your head. Look at who I am." When the laborer heard this voice, his body trembled. He subconsciously raised his head, only to see the man in front of him with a hunched back and lowered eyelids. He looked at him with lifeless eyes. "Phocos. You're Phocos. You're still alive. That's great." The young laborer shouted and jumped in joy. He could not help but reach out to grab Sicerian. The soldier who followed Sicerian cautiously blocked his hand. The young laborer immediately woke up from his excitement. He looked at Sicerian and the soldiers around him in surprise. He became anxious again. "Don't worry. They're my saviors." Sicerian straightened his body and spoke to the soldiers beside him. He asked them to stand further away and not worry about his safety. Then, when he turned to the laborers again, the laborers, who had been sneaking curious glances at him, lowered their heads again. He said softly with a sincere expression, "I'm Phocos. I'm also the commander of Dionia's Sicilian fleet, Sicerian. You all know that the storm destroyed Carthage and many of Dionia's warships. I was also blown to the vicinity of Port Lily. If not for your care, I might not have lived until today. You're my saviors." Sicerian's sincere words caused a commotion among the laborers. The young laborer called Setonis could not help but ask, You're really Sicerian? The Sicerian who's known as the undefeated general of the sea? With so many Dionia soldiers here, would I dare to lie?" Sicerian laughed. "Oh my God, I actually lived with the noble General Sicerian, who was favored by Poseidon for a period of time. It's unbelievable." Setonis became excited again. "General Sicerian, you know that we're not Carthage's people. When you were at this port we were also friendly with you. You won't let these soldiers hurt us, right?" An older laborer mustered up his courage and asked, "Uncle Argus, General Sicerian is such a good soldier. How would he hurt us?" Setonis immediately defended him. Sicerian continued with a smile, "Of course I won't hurt you, who have suffered and gone through hardships with me. On the contrary, I'll apply to His Majesty the King to let you join the kingdom of Dionia. I believe you all know that becoming a citizen of Dionia allows you to obtain land, serve in the military, and obtain public office. It's far better than being bullied by the people of Carthage here. If it weren't for the soldiers of Lilib watching us every day, we would have found a chance to leave this place. Sir Sicerian, we're willing to follow you to Dionia." A laborer immediately responded loudly. The rest of the laborer nodded in agreement. Sicerian was not surprised by the laborer's reaction. Having lived here for some time, he knew that among the laborer there were Greeks, Greco-Phoenicians, and Namibians. However, there were no pure Phoenicians or Carthage's people. These laborer had no sense of belonging to Carthage. Thinking of this, he said loudly, "According to the law of Dionia, if you want to become a citizen of Dionia as soon as possible, you must contribute to the kingdom. Therefore, I need your help to take down this town as soon as possible." "You want us to attack Lilib's city together?" Setonis pointed at the towering city wall in front of him with a fearful look on his face. The other laborer had similar thoughts. They were excited just a moment ago, but now they lowered their heads, not daring to make eye contact with Sicerian. "Of course I'm not asking you to fight like our soldiers," Sicerian immediately denied. His gaze searched the crowd and finally landed on a middle-aged laborer with a wretched figure. "Carmelus, I once heard you unintentionally mention that there's a tunnel in the port area that leads to the city. Where is this tunnel?" "You? When did you hear me say that?" Carmelus was shocked and subconsciously wanted to deny it. "It was after I invited you to the tavern for a drink, and you said it when you were drunk." Sicerian stared at him with a smile at the corner of his mouth. This Carmelus had a bad habit of stealing and drinking. He often sneaked into the homes of the people in the port area late at night to steal and exchange the stolen items for alcohol. For this reason, he was caught twice by the port patrol and had one of his ears and one of his fingers cut off. The other laborer despised him and did not get close to him. Only Sicerian considered that this person often sneaked into the homes of the people in the port area and might know some secrets that others did not, so he had the intention to deal with him. He did not expect to actually obtain such a precious secret. He had always kept this matter in mind. "There's a tunnel in the port area that leads to the city?" When the laborer heard this, they were very shocked. Someone immediately expressed doubt. "Carmelus, you're lying, right? We've never heard of this before. How is this possible? With your status, how could you possibly know such an important secret?" When Carmelus heard the doubt, he immediately felt that others were looking down on him. Instead, he straightened his chest and proudly retorted, "I risked my life to obtain this important secret." Chapter 1009. Speaking up to this point, he looked at Satyrian and immediately put on a flattering smile. He nodded and bowed as he said, "Sir Satyrian, if I tell you where the tunnel is, what reward will you give me?" Satyrian suppressed the displeasure in his heart and said with a smile, "If you can prove that what you said is true, you'll have made a great contribution to the kingdom of Dionia. You'll become an official citizen of Dionia in at least 2 years and enjoy many rights granted to you by the kingdom." 2 more years. Carmelus was still a little dissatisfied, but when he saw Satyrian glaring at him fiercely, he immediately said loudly, "Of course that tunnel is true. It's in Lampukuba's house." His words aroused the curiosity of the laborers. "Which Lampukuba?" "Lampukuba, from the Hanno family, of course. The richest merchant in Lily Lampukuba." Carmelus straightened his chest, looking proud. "You're lying. The Lampukuba family is high up in the hierarchy. How could you come into contact with them? It's even more impossible for you to know such a secret." The young Setonis expressed his doubt, which was agreed by many laborers. "Of course it's true." Carmelus saw that Satyrion was also doubtful, so he hurriedly explained, "One night 3 years ago, I was bored and strolled around the port area. I don't know how. I walked into Lampukuba's house." At this moment, Setonis snorted coldly. The mockery on his face was obviously saying, "What do you mean by approaching unknowingly? You obviously wanted to go in and steal something." Carmelus was thick-skinned and did not care at all. He continued, "His house is too big. I got lost and couldn't get out for a while. I was also afraid of bumping into their guards, so I could only find a place to hide. In the end, I happened to overhear the steward of his house and his subordinates talking quietly. We're going to transport the military rations from the southwest barracks through the family's tunnel. I heard that Lampukuba has a very high status and power in Carthage. No one dares to provoke his servants in Lily. I knew this big secret. If they knew, would I still be able to live? At that time, I was scared out of my wit. After I finally came out, I buried this secret in my heart. No one dared to tell me. They didn't know at all." He pointed at the laborers in disdain, then immediately put on a look of admiration. "I didn't expect you to be so powerful, my lord, to be able to get this secret from me so easily." The excited Sicorian did not have the time to pay attention to his flattery. He immediately asked, "Where is Lampukuba's residence?" "I know, I'll take you there." Many laborers scrambled to answer. They all wanted to make contributions and receive rewards. "Wait!" Calmulus shouted, "Sir Sicorian, Lampukuba's house is very big. It won't be easy to find the tunnel. We might as well interrogate Lampukuba and his family directly." Seclian looked at him and felt that although this fellow had a bad character, he was quite smart. Thus, he turned around and said to the soldiers, "Take him and immediately capture Lampukuba for me." "Yes," the soldiers replied loudly. They were already unable to contain their excitement. Sir Sicorian's seemingly joking order had actually grasped the key to opening the door to victory. The warships of the Third Fleet docked at the dock one after another. Leotychides alighted from the ship and was about to gather the soldiers of the Eighth Army who had come ashore. However, he saw the soldiers of the Mountain Ridge Reconnaissance Brigade running towards him hurriedly. "Sicorian wants me to see him? What's the matter?" Leotychides was surprised to hear the words of the team member. "General, it's a very important matter regarding the capture of this city. You'll know when you get there," the team member said seriously, but it was difficult to hide the excitement in his tone. He even reminded, "It's best to bring fewer people to avoid attracting the attention of the enemy on the city wall." Leotychides' interest was piqued. He asked Tagru to be in charge of gathering the troops, while he brought a team of soldiers from the flagship and followed the Mountain Ridge Reconnaissance Brigade to the port area. Although Lily Bay was an important military town of Carthage in Sicily, it was the only real town directly under Carthage in Sicily. For the past 20 years, the people of Carthage had poured a lot of funds and manpower into it, which also promoted the prosperity of its maritime trade. Therefore, the area of the port area was not small. There were rows upon rows of warehouses, shops, and markets. The streets were flat and straight, and the residences were densely packed but neatly planned. The further they went in, the larger and more luxurious the residences became. However, there was almost no one in such a large place. Most of the people in the port area had been driven to the vicinity of the city gate. Of course, this was not only the credit of the Mountain Ridge Reconnaissance Brigade, but also the contribution of the infantrymen of the Sicilian fleet. After learning that the tunnel was hidden in Lampukuba's house, he sent his men to capture those who knew about it. At the same time, he also quickly sent out 1,000 infantrymen from the Raven warship to chase the civilians away from the port area to prevent the news from leaking. Therefore, Leotychides and the others walked in the empty street. As there was no light around and it was too dark, they tripped over the dead bodies on the road from time to time. "Why aren't we there yet? Where are we going?" the captain could not help but ask. Along the way, he tripped twice, his helmet was crooked and his nose was swollen. It was inevitable that he had a lot of resentment in his heart. At this moment, Leotychides did not stop him. He was still thinking about what the mountain scout had said about attacking Lilibo, and did not notice that they were approaching Lilibo's city walls. The mountain scout who was leading the way said, "We're almost there. We're almost there." After walking another 10 meters or so, he stopped and pointed at the open door on the side of the road. "We're here. Let's go in. Sir Sicorian is still waiting for you inside." However, Leotychides stopped in his tracks and carefully observed his surroundings. He suddenly realized that the walls of this house were much higher than the walls of the other houses. They were more than 4 meters tall, and although he could not see the material of the door, it was very thick. The people living inside were definitely not ordinary. At this moment, someone came out from inside. "Sir Leotychides, you're finally here. Sir Sicorian has been waiting anxiously for you." This person was the captain of the infantry of the Sicilian fleet. Leotychides had seen him before. Only now did he feel completely at ease. He walked forward and said, "What did Sicorian find out? Why are you being so secretive?" "A tunnel that leads to the city," the captain said excitedly in a low voice. "Sir Sicorian found out about it from the workers at the dock. He specially sent the mountain scouts to capture the people in this house and killed a few captives before he was able to force the information out of them." So this was the method that His Majesty had mentioned. Leotychides' spirit was lifted. He immediately said, "Quick, bring me to have a look. The area of this house should not be small." The captain brought him into the courtyard. They did not walk into the main courtyard, but passed through a side door. There was a tunnel here that was wide enough for a large carriage to pass through. The tunnel stuck to the wall of the courtyard and headed straight east. Leotychides looked at the city wall that was getting closer and closer. He could even hear the deafening shouts coming from the side in front of him. He seemed to have understood something. After walking for tens of meters, tall buildings that looked like warehouses appeared in front of them. The captain pointed at one of the buildings and said, "Sir Sicorian is inside." Leotychides did not enter immediately. He carefully looked around again, then pointed to the left and asked, "Is the gate that leads to the city over there?" The captain did not expect him to ask such a question. He turned to look to the left and said, "Yes, it's over there. There are thousands of people gathered there. The mountain scouts and our fleet's infantry have spent a lot of effort to drive them away, but the effect is obvious. Before you arrived, Carthage's men did not dare to open the gate." Leotychides then turned to look to the right. The flames were still burning on top of the city wall a few hundred meters away. That should be where the gate of the tower was. Leotychides recalled the map of Lily City that he had drawn after interrogating Carthage's men. He could now make a clear judgment that the southwestern military camp of Lily was probably behind the city wall in front of him. Leotychides looked at the twinkling torches on top of the city wall tens of meters away. He subconsciously took off his helmet and used his body to cover the purple and red striped crown. At the same time, he said to the captain beside him, "Go and guard the courtyard gate. If any troops want to come in later, tell them not to light the torches or make any noise. They have to advance in a column formation and take off their helmets." After Leotychides' solemn reminder, he followed the captain into the warehouse. There were many things piled up in the warehouse. A dim light flickered in a corner in front. Sicorian and 7 or 8 soldiers stood in a circle. There were also a few soldiers guarding 2 captive. Hearing footsteps, Sicorian turned to look and said proudly, "Praesosus, come and see. I've brought you a great opportunity to make a great contribution." Leotychides ignored his pride and strode over. The soldiers hurriedly made space for him. What appeared in front of Leotychides was not a pitch-black hole as he had imagined. Instead, it was more like a cellar. There were stone steps, wall lamps, hard ground, stacked stone walls, and iron pillars supporting it. A straight underground tunnel led straight to the pitch-black front. Leotychides stood at the entrance of the tunnel, which was wide enough for 3 adults to walk side by side, and observed for a while. Then, he stepped on the stone steps and went up to the warehouse. The first thing he said was, "Such a tunnel cannot be dug in a short period of time." Chapter 10:10. Of course not. Sicorian looked contemptuously at the 2 Carthage captives who were gagged. This is the masterpiece of the greedy Carthage merchants. It turned out that Lilibo was first built by Hamilco and later remodeled by Mago. Originally, Carthage was going to build a military defense system with it as the center to resist the attack of Syracuse. But unexpectedly, not long after, Syracuse was defeated by Dionia and lost its hegemony. Carthage and Dionia immediately signed a peace treaty. Since then, Sicily was restored to peace, and the original defense plan was aborted. However, out of natural vigilance against the new Greek kingdom of Dionysia, Lili's status as a key military town in Sicily was still retained. Along with that, the garrison stationed in Lili was also retained, although the number of public militia was greatly reduced. This period coincided with the departure of the Maganid family from Carthage to Iberia, and the Senate was under Hanno's control. Under his vigorous promotion, the people of Carthage began to advance inland and occupy the land of the Namibians on a large scale. The citizens of Carthage were busy sharing the fruits of the war, and no one was willing to be selected to defend the city of Lilibo, even if it was only a rotation. So, Carthage gave the garrison of Lilibo sufficient logistical support and extra pay so that they could perform their duties with peace of mind. But even so, in the hearts of the citizens of Carthage, going to Lilibo to defend the city was still a hard job. 7 years ago, a member of the Hanno family was appointed as the garrison general of Lilibo. He was unwilling to go, and even went to Hanno to plead for him, but in the end, he did not succeed, because the position of the garrison general of Lilibo had become a big problem. None of the nobles of Carthage were willing to take up the post, and as the ruler, Hanno, of course, had to set an example. He could only come to Lili with a belly full of resentment. He had only stayed for a few days when Lon Pukuba of the port area came to visit. After the two of them had a secret talk, the garrison general's resentment completely disappeared and he seriously performed his duty. Since the signing of the peace agreement with Dionia, the maritime trade in Lilibo had become more and more prosperous, and it had also led to more and more residents of Lilibo. However, because of the high threshold to settle in the urban area, many people from Carthage and the Phoenician allies could only choose to live in the port area. Since Lilibo had very little farmland outside the city, they could not be self-sufficient in food, but the demand was very high. They could only rely on the maritime trade of food, mainly from Carthage. Although the people of Carthage relied on the vast land of Namibia and had sufficient food every year, the price of food shipped to Lilibo was not low, and the competition was fierce. Lampukuba was also a member of the Hanno family. He settled in the port area of Lilibo 10 years ago and mainly engaged in the food trade. In the past few years of competition in the business world, he did not benefit much, so he racked his brains to find other ways to make money. As a result, he found that the supply of military food in the barracks in the city was very sufficient. Every year at the end of the year there would be a lot of surplus. It just so happened that the garrison general who took office at this time was also a member of the Hanno family. The two used to be on good terms, so he came to him to secretly discuss cooperation. For the mercantilist people of Carthage, it was not a shameful thing to be able to use power to obtain money. The garrison general of Lilibo was naturally happy to agree, but there was a problem. To transport military food from the city to the port, it must pass through the tightly checked city gate checkpoints, and this matter would be known to the world. After all, selling military supplies privately was against the laws of Carthage, and the governor of Lilibo at that time happened to be a member of Maganid's faction. It was hard to guarantee that he would not make a big fuss about this. At that time, the garrison general and Lampukuba would inevitably be punished by the Senate. So after some discussion, they decided to use a method that would not be known to the public. That was to dig a tunnel. In fact, at that time, because it was very difficult for foreigners to enter and leave the city of Lilibo, out of various needs, several tunnels had already appeared in the port area, and people were secretly sent in to work as servants of officials, the rich, and temporary labor. However, the two of them were even more secretive. Lampukuba spent a lot of money to buy land near the southwest military camp city wall, built tall walls and warehouses, and let his family's servants secretly dig the tunnel. The garrison general let his trusted subordinates and his own servants use training as an excuse to set up a restricted area in the military camp's supply barracks and secretly dig the tunnel. With the joint efforts of both sides, it took less than half a year to dig through, and in the process of smuggling military food to the port area, they were also constantly perfecting the tunnel. The garrison general falsified the roster of soldiers, inflated the number of soldiers, and generously granted long holidays to the citizen soldiers who were selected but were unwilling to come to Lilibo for duty, and other methods to turn a large amount of surplus military food into his own. On the other hand, Lampukuba used these military food, which did not cost money at all, to enrich his own granary, and also lowered the price of selling food, so that the other grain merchants in the port could not compete at all, allowing him to finally monopolize the profitable food market and become the richest man here. The garrison general made a lot of money, so naturally, he was unwilling to leave again, and took the initiative to continue in this position many times. Some of the senators in Carthage more or less knew that there might be something fishy in this, but many of them were bribed by him. In addition, other than him, the candidates for the garrison general of Lilibo had always been more difficult to produce, so everyone turned a blind eye. Therefore, the garrison general stayed in Lilibo for 4 or 5 years, until last year, when the relationship with Dionia became tense and the clouds of war loomed over the city. The Senate strictly ordered the cities in western Sicily to increase their vigilance, reorganize their armaments, strengthen their training, and prepare for war. The new mayor of Lilibo, Imazir, sent a patrol team to completely block the tunnels that had existed for many years and were known to everyone. He also issued a notice. If anyone was found digging tunnels again, they would be sentenced to death for treason. The garrison general felt that the situation was not good. After discussing with Lampukuba, he let his trusted subordinates block the tunnel entrance at the military camp, and then bribed the senators with a large amount of money to transfer him back to Carthage, to avoid becoming a victim of the upcoming war. Lampukuba, on the other hand, still kept the tunnel, waiting for the war to end before continuing to use it. So, the other end of the tunnel has been blocked? Leotychides asked when he heard this. Sicerian pointed at the two captives and said, according to them, they only blocked the exit at that side, and not many places were blocked. I have already sent soldiers in to investigate. As he spoke, footsteps came from the tunnel, and a few mountain ridge scouts quickly appeared in front of them. Sir, if you walk forward 150 meters in the tunnel, you will see the blocked area. It is indeed, as the captive said, sealed with soil. I think it won't take long to see the exit. The words of the mountain ridge scouts made Sicerian excited. He smiled and said, Sir Prososus, you can now bring your troops over. Follow this tunnel and kill your way into the city. At this moment, the one who went that day was calm. Don't be anxious. We have to make some arrangements first to divert the attention of the garrison in Carthage. Sir, look. The people of Dionia are preparing to attack the city. A team officer shouted as he pointed to the bottom of the city wall. There was no need for him to remind him. Imazir had already noticed that on his right, thousands of Dionia soldiers in black helmets and armor appeared in the area illuminated by the fire on the city wall. They were in formation, and the soldiers at the front were carrying long ladders. It seemed that they were preparing to carry out the construction. He poked his head out, wanting to take a closer look, and heard his subordinate beside him shouting, "Sir, be careful!" He dragged him behind a cloud of dust and heard a deafening boom. Several stone bullets smashed into the wall not far from him. The flying stone shards injured a few of the defending soldiers. The frightened Imazir immediately shouted, "Go get Ragnaka, the people of Dionia are going to attack the city." When Ragnaka was forcibly summoned, he was a little angry because the attack of the Dionia soldiers at the tower gate was so fierce that the gate was deformed by the black wood. If it were not for the large number of stones blocking the gate, they would have rushed in. Moreover, the long-range attacks of the Dionia light infantry were also very powerful, causing many casualties to the archers of Carthage behind the tower gate. They also carried the ballistae to the walkway of the gate and fired, posing a huge threat to the javelin throwers on both sides of the tower. The light infantry had been replaced several times. Ragnaka was now highly nervous and commanding the soldiers to defend with all their might. He had no spare energy to care about anything else, so when he saw the situation of the enemy below the city wall, he scolded angrily, "The enemy is so close to us, why don't they attack with bows and arrows?" Imazir responded coldly, "The light infantry have been sent to the tower gate by you, where are the archers here?" Ragnaka then remembered the measures he had taken before. He saw that the mayor was a little dissatisfied, so he coughed twice and softened his tone. "It doesn't matter if there are no light infantry. The ballistae of the Dionia people may look terrible, but they can't destroy our thick and tall walls. If they want to attack the top of the wall, they have to rely on those wooden ladders. When they come to the bottom of the wall, we can attack them with wood, stones, asphalt, and cause them casualties. But Ragnaka looked to the left where countless people were gathered more than 100 meters away. That was where the city gate was located. He reminded, "Be careful that the Dionia people disperse the people and use the black wood to break through the gate. So we have to strengthen the defense there. It is best to send people to block the gate." Although Imazir was a little worried, he thought about it and still shook his head and refused. "We can't block the gate. Otherwise, when Lord Margot arrives with his army, he won't be able to quickly attack the Dionia people. Then leave an army under the city. In case the enemy breaks through the gate, let them stop them." After Ragnaka arranged the defensive measures here, he hurried to the tower gate. Chapter 10-11. While they were talking, a part of the 8th Legion's light infantry had approached the city wall and fired arrows at the top of the city wall. Under their cover, the rest of the soldiers formed small teams and quickly moved forward. As there were no trenches or moats in front of the city wall, they quickly came to the bottom of the city wall. They raised their shields to defend against the attacks from the top of the city wall while putting scaling ladders on top of the city wall. The siege began. The soldiers of the Legion of Dionysia concentrated on two parts of the city wall of the port area and launched an attack. One was at the tower gate at the southernmost part of the natural breakwater and the land. The soldiers of the 2nd Legion attempted to break through it and rush directly into the city wall walkway. The other was at the northernmost part of the city near the port. The 8th Legion's main tactic was to besiege the city using the ant encirclement method. The distance between the two sides was about a mile. One of the Dionysian army was on top of the city wall while the other was below the city wall. It was impossible for them to cooperate with each other. If the attack of the 2nd Legion was relatively fierce at the beginning, after receiving Leotychides' notice, the attacks of the two legions became more stable and less aggressive. Of course, the casualties of the soldiers had also decreased sharply. Imazir, who was frightened at first, suddenly regained his confidence after seeing the soldiers repelling the Dionia soldiers. He even began to think that with about 8,000 soldiers on the city wall, they could easily repel the siege of the Dionia without the arrival of Margot's reinforcements. Until a team officer ran to the top of the city wall in panic and reported to him, "Sir, there are many Dionia soldiers. Dionia soldiers are attacking the city." Imazir slapped him hard in the face and roared angrily, "Are you out of your mind? The Dionia soldiers are on this side. If you continue to talk nonsense and shake the morale of the army, I will cut off your head." Since the signing of the peace agreement with Dionia, Lillipai's maritime trade had become more and more prosperous, which had also led to more and more residents in Lillipai. However, due to the high threshold to settle in the city, many people from Carthage and the Filipino allies chose to live in the port area. Since there were very few farmlands outside the city, they could not be self-sufficient in food. Hence, the demand was high, and they relied on maritime trade to solve the problem. Although they relied on the vast land of Namibia and had sufficient food every year, the price of food was not low, and the competition was fierce. Lalala was also a member of the Hanlo family. He had settled in the port area of Lillipai 10 years ago and was mainly engaged in the grain trade. He had not gained much from the competition in the past few years, so he racked his brains to find other ways to make money. As he found that the Chun Lei barracks had a very adequate supply of food at the end. It happened that the new commander was also a member of the Hanlo family. Of the two used to have a good relationship, so he came to discuss of cooperation. After Leodicides gave a solemn warning, he followed the guard captain into the warehouse. There were a lot of things piled up in the warehouse. In a corner in front of them, a dim light was flashing. Sakirian and 7 or 8 soldiers formed a circle, and there were also a few soldiers guarding 2 captive. Hearing the footsteps, Sakirian turned his head and looked back, then said proudly, "Prososis, come and see, I've brought you a good opportunity to make a great contribution." Leodicides ignored his pride and strode over. The soldiers hurriedly made way for him. What appeared in front of Leodicides was not a dark hole as he had imagined, but more like a cellar. There were stone stairs, wall lamps, hard ground, stacked stone walls, and iron pillars supporting it. A straight underground passage led all the way to the dark front. Leodicides stood at the entrance of the passage, which was wide enough for 3 adults to walk side by side, and observed for a while before he stepped on the stone stairs and went up to the warehouse. The first sentence he said was, "Such a tunnel cannot be dug in a short period of time." Of course not. Sakirian looked disdainfully at the 2 Jia Taiji captives who were gagged. This is the masterpiece of the greedy Jia Taiji merchants. It turned out that the mitochondria was first established by Hilmik and later modified by Brother Mago. Originally, it was to build a military defense system with him as the center to resist the attack of the Greek Tsuza people. However, not long after, the Greek expansion was defeated by Dionia, and they lost their hegemony. Jia Taiji and Dionia then signed a peace agreement, and since then, Sicily was restored to peace, and the original defense plan was aborted. However, out of natural vigilance against Dionia, the fallen Greek nation, Lillipig, as a military city, still retained its status as a key military city. Along with it, a powerful garrison was also retained, but the number of public militia was greatly reduced. At this time, Jia Taiji was in a hurry to return to the country. Mago's family moved far away to Villa, and Hanlo was in power. Under his strong push, Jia Taiji began to advance inland and occupy the Namibian land on a large scale. Jia Taiji was in a hurry, and the citizens were busy sharing the fruits of the war. No one was willing to be selected to defend Lillipig, even if it was just a rotation. Therefore, Jia Taiji gave Lillipig's garrison sufficient logistical support and extra pay, so that they could perform their duties with peace of mind. Even so, in the hearts of Jia Taiji's citizens, defending Lillipig's city was still a hard job. 7 years ago, a member of the Hanlo family was appointed as the general of Lillipig's garrison. He was unwilling to go, and even went to Hanlo to plead for him. In the end, he did not succeed, because the position of the general of Lillipig's garrison had become a big problem. None of the Jia Taiji nobles were willing to take up the post, and as the ruler, Hanlo, of course, had to set an example. He could only come to Lilypig with a stomach full of grievances. After just a few days, La from the port area came to visit. After a secret conversation between the two, the general of the garrison's grievances were all gone, and he seriously performed his duties. After Leo Sides solemnly warned him, he walked into the warehouse with the captain of the guards. There were a lot of things piled up in the warehouse. In a corner in front of them, there was a dim light flickering. Serene and 7 or 8 soldiers formed a circle, and there were also a few soldiers guarding 2 captive. Hearing the footsteps, Serene turned his head to look, and then said proudly, "Prososis, come and see, I've brought you a good opportunity to make a great contribution." Leo Sides ignored his pride and strode over. The soldiers hurriedly made way for him. What appeared in front of Leo Sides was not a pitch-black hole as he had imagined, but more like a cellar. There were stone steps, wall lamps, hard ground, stacked stone walls, and iron pillars supporting it. A straight underground passage led to the pitch-black front. Leo Sides stood at the entrance of the passage, which was wide enough for 3 adults to walk side by side, and observed for a while before he stepped on the stone steps and entered the warehouse. The first sentence he said was, "Such a tunnel cannot be dug in a short period of time." Of course not. Serene looked disdainfully at the 2 Taiji captives next to him who were gagged. "This is the masterpiece of the greedy Taiji merchants." It turned out that the mitochondria was first established by Hilmic, and later modified by Mago. Originally, it was to build a military defense system with him as the center to resist the attack of the Greek Tsuza people. However, not long after, the Greek expansion was defeated by Dionia, and they lost their hegemony. Since then, Taiji and Dionia signed a peace agreement, and peace was restored in Sicily. The original defense plan was aborted. However, out of natural vigilance against Dionia, the fallen Greek nation, Lilypig, as a military city, still retained its status as a military stronghold. It also retained a powerful garrison, but the number of public militia was greatly reduced. At this time, Taiji was in a hurry to return to the country. Mago's family had moved far away to Villa, and Hanlo was in power. Under his strong push, Tai began to advance inland and occupy the Lamibian land on a large scale. The citizens of Taiji were busy sharing the fruits of the war, and no one was willing to be selected to defend Lilypig, even if it was just a rotation. Therefore, Taiji gave the Lilypig garrison sufficient logistical support and extra pay, so that they could perform their duties with peace of mind. Even so, in the hearts of the citizens of Taiji, defending Lilypig was still a hard job. 7 years ago, a member of the Hanlo family was appointed as the general of the garrison in Lilypig. He was unwilling to go, and even went to Hanlo to plead for him, but he did not succeed. This was because the position of the general of the garrison in Lilypig had become a big problem. None of the nobles of Taiji were willing to take the post, and as the person in power, Hanlo, of course, had to set an example. He could only come to Lilypig with a stomach full of grievances. After just a few days, La from the port area came to visit. After a secret conversation between the two, the general's grievances were all gone, and he seriously performed his duties. After Leo Sides solemnly warned him, he walked into the warehouse with the captain of the guards. There were a lot of things piled up in the warehouse. In a corner in front of them, there was a dim light flickering. Serene and 7 or 8 soldiers formed a circle, and there were also a few soldiers guarding 2 captive. Hearing the footsteps, Serene turned his head to look, and then said proudly, "Prososis, come and see, I have brought you a good opportunity to make a great contribution." Leo Sides ignored his pride and strode over. The soldiers quickly made way for him. What appeared in front of Leo Sides was not a dark hole as he had imagined, but more like a cellar. There were stone steps, wall lamps, hard ground, stacked stone walls, and iron pillars supporting it. A straight underground passage led to the front of the pitch-black darkness. Leocides stood at the entrance of the passage, which was wide enough for 3 adults to walk side by side, and observed for a while before he stepped on the stone steps and entered the warehouse. The first sentence he said was, "Such a tunnel cannot be dug in a short period of time." "Of course not." Sicarion looked disdainfully at the 2 Taiji captives who were gagged next to him. "This is the masterpiece of the greedy Taiji and merchants." It turned out that the mitochondria was first established by Hilmic, and later modified by Mago. Originally, it was to build a military defense system with him as the center to resist the attack of the Greek Tsuza. Unexpectedly, not long after, the Greek expansion was defeated by Dionia, and they lost their hegemony. Since then, Taiji and Dionia signed a peace agreement, and peace was restored in Sicily. The original defense plan was aborted. However, out of natural vigilance against Dionia, the fallen Greek nation, Lillipig, as a military city, still retained its status as a military stronghold. It also retained its powerful garrison, but the number of public militia was greatly reduced. At this time, Taiji was in a hurry to return to the country. Mago's family had moved far away to Villa, and Hanlo was in power. Under his strong push, Tai began to advance inland and occupy the Lamibian land on a large scale. The citizens of Taiji were busy sharing the fruits of the war, and no one was willing to be selected to defend Lillipig, even if it was just a rotation. Therefore, Taiji gave Lillipig's garrison sufficient logistical support and extra pay, so that they could perform their duties with peace of mind. Even so, in the hearts of the citizens of Taiji, defending Lillipig's city was still a tough job. 7 years ago, a member of the Hanlo family was appointed as the general of Lillipig's garrison. He was unwilling to go, and even went to Hanlo to plead for him. In the end, he did not succeed, because the position of the general of Lillipig's garrison had become a big problem. None of the nobles of Taiji was willing to take up the post, and as the person in power, Hanlo, of course, had to set an example. He could only come to Lillipig with a stomach full of resentment. After staying for a few days, Lalala from the port area came to visit. After a secret conversation between the two, the general's resentment disappeared, and he seriously performed his duty. The captain covered his face and anxiously explained, "Sir, it's true. The Dionia suddenly appeared in the southwest barracks and attacked our garrison soldiers. It took me a lot of effort to escape." "Shut up." Imazir raised his hand angrily, and the captain quickly retreated. "This man is crazy, quickly arrest him." Imazir glared at the captain and ordered the soldiers beside him. Seeing that the captain was tied up and gagged, Imazir sneered in his heart. "Suddenly appearing in the southwest barracks? Humph, do you think that the Dionia are gods? That they can fly over this high city wall?" At this moment, woo! A loud bugle suddenly sounded in the city. This bugle was obviously different from Carthage's bugle, and it caused a huge shock in Imazir's heart. And at this moment there were already soldiers on the city wall shouting in panic, "Oh my God! Look, it's the Dionia! The Dionia are coming from behind!" Imazir pushed aside the soldiers beside him and staggered a few steps to the battlements. He quickly looked into the city. There were many soldiers in black helmets and armor rushing into the area illuminated by the fire on the city wall. Behind them, in the darkness of the night, there were even more silhouettes surging forward, like a terrifying black tide that was about to destroy the city wall. Imazir felt his body go limp, and fear made him almost unable to stand. At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind. "Lily, it's over." Leotychides first ordered the soldiers who followed him and the mountain scouts to quickly find the digging tools from the residential area, then entered the tunnel and quickly dug the exit. At the same time, according to the plan, he sent 2/5 of the 8th Legion to attack the city from the front to attract the garrison's attention, while the rest of the soldiers followed his orders and quietly entered Lampukuba's house. In addition, He also sent someone to inform Martones to immediately gather half of the soldiers of the Second Legion on the embankment and sneak into the city. Of course, he also notified the thousands of soldiers of the Third Fleet, who quietly entered the tunnel in batches. The exit of the tunnel was the supply warehouse of the Southwest Barrack. It was located in a remote area, and the soldiers of the Southwest Barracks were basically at the top of the city wall, leaving only a few dozen guards behind. They did not pay attention to the supply warehouse at all. After the advanced troops of the 8th Legion dug through the tunnel and entered the warehouse, they did not immediately launch an attack. Instead, they hid in the surroundings and protected the exit of the tunnel. It was not until the number of soldiers increased to thousands that the guards found traces of them. The Dionysian army took the opportunity to launch an attack, almost annihilating this small force, and then occupied the entire Southwest Barrack. The Dionia soldiers continued to drill out of the tunnel, and when Leotychides also arrived at the barracks, the number of soldiers had increased to 2,000. He reorganized a little and immediately issued the order to attack. The Dionia soldiers quickly launched an attack on the defenders of the inner wall not far from the barrack. The sound of the bugle also inspired the Dionysian army fighting at the port, and they also increased the intensity of their attack on the city wall. The defenders of Lily, who were defending the city wall, were caught in a two-pronged attack. The 2,000 soldiers of the southeast barracks, who stayed in the city, heard the news and hurriedly came as reinforcement. As a result, they were quickly defeated by the soldiers of the Second Legion and the infantry of the Third Fleet, who drilled out of the tunnel. The Carthaginian soldiers at the top of the city wall were terrified when they saw more and more enemies pouring in from the city. In addition, their attack had caused an uproar in the city. Countless residents fled in panic and screamed in the dark night, echoing the cries of the residents at the port area. This made the Carthaginian soldiers even more worried. They could disregard the lives of the residents at the port area, but they could not abandon their families in the city. Hence, they gave up defending the top of the city wall and chose to rescue their families in the city. However, the stone stairs leading to the inner wall had been blocked by the Dionian soldiers. They fled along the walkway of the city wall to the east, and the defense line at the top of the city wall collapsed. Imizir and Ragnaka, seeing that the situation was hopeless, fled east under the protection of the guards. Under the order of Leotychides, the Dionia soldiers did not cut off the route of retreat of the Carthage soldiers. Instead, they chased after them, not giving the Carthage soldiers a chance to breathe and regroup. Along the walkways and streets of the city, they drove the remaining Carthage soldiers and civilians out of Lily. After dawn, the Dionysian army occupied the city of Lily. Except for a part of the Carthage soldiers and civilians who were surrounded and surrendered, the rest escaped from the city. Leotychides and Martones did not have time to celebrate this important victory, nor did they have time to let the soldiers have a good rest. Instead, they seized the time to clean up the battlefield in the city, familiarize themselves with the defensive facilities in the city, and arrange the defensive areas of each army. Sicilian sent out a clipper to Minoa to report the good news of the victory to the king of Devers. At the same time, the Sicilian fleet had to capture the civilians in the port area, escort them to the Minoa camp, and then transfer them to the rear by the fleet. This was to avoid having to divert troops to watch over the port civilians who could cause trouble at any time while resisting the attack of the Carthage army. The Third Fleet would escort them to prevent the surprise attack of the Carthage fleet. Only dock laborers who were willing to join the Kingdom of Dionia were left in the port area. They were needed to load and unload cargo for the Dionia fleet that would come to the port of Lily in the future. Because it was night and the road could not be seen clearly, the messengers in Lily did not dare to gallop. So it took nearly 2 hours to reach the Carthage camp. When Margot learned that the port of Lily was attacked, he was shocked and scolded Imizir for neglecting his duty. Lily was too important to the Carthage army in Sicily. Margot did not dare to take it lightly. He decided to let Pamerka take charge of the camp for him, and he personally led 30,000 soldiers to reinforce the camp. In the middle of the night, it was not easy to gather such a large number of soldiers who were still asleep. Even after months of training, the discipline of the whole army had been greatly improved. It still took Margot more than 3 hours to lead the reinforcements out of the camp. At this time, it was already dawn. In order to ensure that the soldiers had enough physical strength to fight when they arrived at Lille, Margot did not order a rapid march. After all, he was confident in the defense of Lille. The worst that he expected in his heart was that the Dionysian army would destroy the port of Lille and flee. Of course, the best scenario was that when the reinforcements arrived, the Dionia people were still attacking the city. Then he could capture all the more than 20,000 Dionia elite soldiers, according to the messengers, thus giving the main Dionia army a heavy blow and restoring the morale of the Carthage people. As a result, halfway through the journey, he saw a large number of Lille soldiers and people fleeing in panic in front of him. When he learned that the city of Lille had been occupied by the Dionia people, Margot felt like he was struck by lightning and almost fell off his horse. When he finally caught his breath, he ordered the soldiers to arrest Imazir and Ragnaka, who came forward to complain. Then he ordered the whole army to speed up. When he arrived outside the city of Lille, he saw the drawbridge pulled up, the closed city gate, and the Dionia soldiers all over the city wall. The last glimmer of hope in Margot's heart was shattered. He rode his war horse, anxiously pacing back and forth in front of the demoralized troop. For a moment, he was at a loss of what to do. When he led the troops, he did not consider that Lille would fall, so he did not bring any siege equipment at all. And Lille was the military stronghold of Carthage in Sicily. The city walls were high and thick, the towers were numerous, and the trenches were wide and deep. It would not be easy to capture it. If he returned to the camp and transferred more troops here, the Dionia people in the city would have more time to make adequate defense preparations. Then, he would have to reformulate the siege plan, start building new siege equipment, and spend more time to conquer the city. But did the Carthage army have enough time? Chapter 10-12. Lillibo was located in the center of the western coast of Sicily. If the Dionia took control of it, it would be easier to cut off Carthage's sea connection with western Sicily, making it more difficult to transport food from the sea, and the food reserves in Gatagi's camp were not enough to last a month. After all, Margot was a veteran who had fought in Iberia for many years. He did not hesitate for long before he made up his mind. You immediately go to the north and inform Hasdrubal to give up on the rescue of Palemos. Try to collect as much food as possible in the city of Alux, and then lead the army not back to Segesta's camp, but to Serenus's camp. Margot gnashed his teeth as he gave the order to the messenger, and led the army of 30,000 slowly back to the south. In the Dionia camp in Minoa, the Devers tossed and turned restlessly, unable to sleep. He was waiting for news from Lillibo. Previously, when he received Leotychides' letter, he was attracted by his bold raid plan. He immediately summoned all the commanders, and also notified Sicilian to come over for a discussion. Because Sicilian had stayed in Lillibo before, he knew the situation there. Originally, after everyone saw the sketch of Lillibo's city defense attached to Leotychides' letter, they all thought that even if the army sneaked into Lillibo's port, it would be very difficult to seize the opportunity to capture the whole city. However, as long as they could destroy Lillibo's port, it would greatly weaken Carthage's ability to transport supplies to the Sicilian army, so it was very worth a try. But then, Sicilian mentioned that there might be tunnels in Lillibo's port, which made the Devers's eyes light up. Although it was only a rumor, he still decided to give it a try. That was why he decided to send the 2nd Legion and the Sicilian fleet to assist Leotychides and seize Lillibo. On the same day, many fast ships of Dionia sailed quickly in the western waters of Sicily, contacting all parties and planning this big operation together. When dusk arrived, Devers saw off the soldiers of the Second Legion at the simple port of Minoa as they boarded the battleships of the Sicilian fleet. He was mentally prepared. The worst outcome would be that the fleet pretending to be Carthage would be seen through by the patrol ships of Lily and would not be able to enter the port at all. The better outcome would be that the fleet entered the port and captured the lighthouse. The fleet would pass through the water gate and the Legion would land at the port. However, in the end, they would not be able to capture the whole city and could only destroy the port and return. The best outcome would, of course, be that they captured Lily City. Even in the worst-case scenario, the Dionysian army would not suffer too great a loss. They would only waste an entire day's time and energy and miss a great opportunity. Logically speaking, Devers, who had led thousands of troops and experienced hundreds of battles, should not be so worried about personal gains and losses, but because this military operation was related to the future development of the war, he did not have a good night's sleep, which was rare for him. After daybreak, Hennepolis entered the big tent and noticed that Devers was in low spirits, so he asked with concern, "Your Majesty, did you not rest well last night?" "Yes, I really envy you. No matter where you are, you can fall asleep as soon as you fall, and it's not easy to wake you up," Devers sighed sincerely. "This is because your Majesty is constantly worrying about the various affairs of the kingdom, while I only need to write documents and orders according to your requirements, and then focus the rest of my energy on writing my biography. Life is simple, but it's also more fulfilling. Naturally, I can eat and sleep well," Hennepolis said calmly. "So, your Majesty, you're destined to create a great nation and leave behind a glorious history so that millions of people will remember it forever. I can only borrow a bit of your brilliance to illuminate myself. Perhaps the future generations can barely remember my name," Hennepolis said calmly. Hennepolis's ingenious flattery made Devers feel better. He laughed and said, "Henny, don't think that just because you say good things, you can make me relax the ban. Regarding my biography, without my permission, no one is to leak it to others." "Your Majesty," Hennepolis put on a pleading expression. Devers ignored him and asked, "Did any battle report come in today?" "Not yet." Before Hennepolis could finish, Marcius walked into the big tent. "Your Majesty, Serene sent news. Late last night, Carthage's camp suddenly lit up, and there seems to be a large number of soldiers moving about in the camp. It lasted until dawn before the camp regained its peace, but it seems that the army has left the camp." "They must have gone to Lily," Hennepolis immediately said excitedly. "This means that our army has entered Lily Harbor." Devers had almost not slept the night before, so his energy had not recovered, so he was still relatively calm. "Very good, we are already halfway there. May Hades bless them with the best outcome." He stood up. "I'm going to rest for a while. If there is any further news, inform me immediately." With that, he slowly walked into his bedroom. Hennepolis and Marcius looked at each other, speechless for a moment. In the afternoon, the high-ranking Dionia generals in Minoa gathered in the big tent. At that moment, Devers said in high spirits, "Everyone, we have captured Lily Harbor. The destruction of Carthage's army is not far away." The generals were not surprised by this news, because the warships of the Sicilian fleet had already sailed into the harbor, and a large number of captives from Lily Harbor were being escorted into the camp. "Your Majesty, Lily Harbor is too important to the Dionysian army. I'm afraid that Martones and Prososus will be fiercely attacked by Carthage's army. Should we send more reinforcements?" Olivers suggested eagerly. "I just received news from Prososus's speedboat. They haven't found any traces of Carthage's reinforcements until this morning, and Serena said that there are signs of troops returning from Carthage's camp outside the city." Devers looked around and said slowly, "Did Carthage's people give up on recapturing Lily Harbor?" Alexis looked at Devers with uncertainty. Devers nodded and said, "Judging from the current situation, I'm afraid that Margot is not planning to recapture Lily Harbor in a hurry. Instead, He is still focusing his attack on Serenus. So, what we need to worry about now is not Lily Harbor, but Serenus. Your Majesty, since we've already conquered Paelmos and Lily, Irius is already surrounded by us. The Carthaginians are attacking Serenus, so shouldn't we also attack Irius and take over this city that's very important to the Phoenicians? Suggested Trotilas, the commander of the 6th Legion. That's right. If we capture Lily Harbor, it will definitely arouse the vigilance of the other Phoenician cities in Sicily. I'm afraid it will be difficult to succeed with a sneak attack. Moreover, there are many temples in Erikos, and it is a holy place for the Phoenicians of the western Mediterranean to worship. The Carthage army will definitely do their best to rescue it, Tormid reminded. Then, can we get Lazaru and Epatine to stop the Carthage army from attacking Serenus? At the same time, when we find an opportunity to attack, we will be able to gather more troops and launch an attack faster, Oliver suggested. Devers tapped his fingers on the table and pondered for a while before saying, "Recently, although we have obtained a series of victories, the main force of the Carthage army has not suffered too many losses. It is still a terrifying beast. We cannot let our guard down now, nor should we force it too much. You must know that a beast that is forced to a dead end is very terrifying. In order to prevent the counterattack of the Carthage army from increasing the casualties of the army, we have to loosen the ropes and let the Carthage army feel that they can still hold on and not perish together with us. That's why Lazaru and the others have to stay in Herna for the time being. Erikos, Mazara, Segesta, and the other Phoenician cities do not have to rush to attack, because this will disperse our forces and give the Carthage army one more target to attack. What we need to do now is to consolidate the results of the previous battle, strengthen our defense, and continue to deplete the morale and supplies of the Carthage army. At the same time, be ready to attack at any time. Once an opportunity appears, we will kill and injure the Carthage soldiers, hit their morale, and let this beast that is trapped in a cage bleed continuously until it finally dies." The generals were deep in thought. Devers looked around at them and smiled. "Capturing Lily is indeed a great victory for us. Previously, Sicerian reported to me that he is preparing to plan another operation with the Middle Aid. If it is successful, it may lead to us seeing the dawn of victory in this long war with the Carthage army. Of course, before that, we may have to welcome the arrival of the Carthage emissary who has requested for peace talks." The words of Devers made the atmosphere in the tent warm up again. Compared to the relaxed and joyful atmosphere in the Dionysian barracks, the atmosphere in the Carthaginian Senate was solemn. The news of Lilybo's fall was sent back by the ships of Mazara, which took the risk to send back, shocking the Carthaginian senators. If one were to say that Hadrumetum and Ogilgili were burned down because these two Phoenician cities had fewer people, Lily was a military city that Carthage had spent countless gold, silver, and manpower to build. If it fell into the hands of the Dionians so easily, could the Carthaginian army really defeat the powerful Dionians? If the previous breakaway of Corsica and Sardinia, the failure of the navy, and the invasion of Africa had given the elders of Carthage many blows, making them no longer optimistic about the development of the whole war, then the fall of Lily was a heavy blow to them, deepening their pessimism. Library of Literature. Chapter 1013. Most of the senators no longer believed that they would win the war, including some of the Maginid faction. So when the Hanoverian senators proposed to negotiate peace with Dionia, the neutral faction agreed, and the Maginid faction remained silent. But the Hanoverian faction did not stop. Tiponracco even proposed to hold Margot responsible for the loss of Lilybe, and hoped to remove him from the position of military commander. Although Lilybe was not directly lost from his hands, as the supreme commander of the entire theater, he was negligent and obviously did not fulfill his duty to protect the territory under his jurisdiction. Of course, his crime included the loss of Paelmos. Of course, the senators of the Maginid faction could not accept this, and the two sides began to quarrel and debate fiercely. In fact, Hanlo also knew that in the current situation, it was impossible for Margot to hand over the command of the army, because nearly half of the 100,000 troops were from Iberia. Apart from Margot, other Carthage generals might not be able to command the entire army. But a letter of reprimand from Margot from the Senate was inevitable, and it had the effect of damaging Margot's prestige. On the third day, the Carthage envoy to Dionia had been selected. He was the first Carthage senator to go to Dionia more than 10 years ago, and he signed the peace treaty between the two countries. But compared to the relaxed mood when he went to Greece, the mood of the current Carthage was heavy, because Carthage was no longer a bystander of the war, but a participant in the war, or even a loser. He would definitely be in a passive position in the negotiations, and the results of the negotiations might not be too favorable to Carthage. It was precisely because of these considerations that Hanno did not allow the decision to negotiate for peace to be passed immediately during the first day of the Senate meeting. Instead, after the meeting ended, he spread the news that Lilybe has fallen, the Carthaginian army has suffered another defeat, and so on in the city. This aroused the panic of the people, causing them to gather in front of the Senate again on the second day to protest. Hanno took the initiative to appease them and promised in public that he would do his best to negotiate peace with Dionia, end the war, and restore peace. The reason why Hanno adopted such a complicated process was because he knew that this time was different from the last. Carthage was in a relatively disadvantageous position, and the agreement reached would inevitably be disadvantageous to Carthage. In order to avoid being used by his political enemies in the future, he had to let the people know that the Hanoverian faction was in charge of the peace negotiations, not because they were afraid of death, but because they shouldered the important responsibility of saving the city in the face of danger. In addition, he specifically instructed Aukradin not to negotiate any of the proposals and conditions put forward by the Dionia, but to send them back to the Senate and wait for the decision of the Senate before discussing them with the Dionia. In this way, the final proposals and conditions would be decided collectively by the Carthage Senate, and had nothing to do with any individual. Aukradin understood his intentions. They boarded the passenger ship and sailed north. In the past, Aukradin would go to Sicily once a year. In his impression, the sea route from Carthage to Sicily, whether it was to Lilybe, Eryx, or Mazara, there was an endless stream of ships coming and going, unlike now. The passenger ship sailed for more than half a day, but not a single ship could be seen. This made Aukradin sigh, and he could not help but be more determined to negotiate for peace, to restore the liveliness and prosperity of these waters. In the afternoon, the passenger ship approached the waters of Mazara. Many ships finally appeared in the view of the originally blue sea and blue sky. They were the patrol fleet of the Sicilian fleet of Dionia. Since the occupation of Lilybe, the Sicilian fleet had moved its base to the naval port of Lilybe, and its daily cruise route was from Lilybe to Selinus. The third fleet was still based in Palermo, and its cruise route was from Palermo to Lilybe. Each fleet had a clear division of labor, and their cruise route was greatly shortened. Naturally, the blockade of the western waters of Sicily was tightened. They even decided to monitor the ports of Mazara and Eryx even in the middle of the night, so as to completely prevent Carthage's people from secretly transporting food in the middle of the night. Therefore, as soon as Aukradin's ship approached the western waters of Sicily, it did not take long for him to be discovered by the fast ships of the Sicilian fleet. Aukradin did not panic in the face of the fast-approaching fleet. He took the initiative to order the ship to stop and showed his identity as the envoy of Carthage to the approaching warships of Dionia. In the end, he was given the treatment of being accompanied by 2 warships to Minoa. Late at night, Aukradin entered the camp of Dionia in Minoa. Henoborus, who had already been informed, had already prepared an empty military tent for him and a simple dinner. Aukradin did not complain. He wanted to have enough rest to ensure that he had enough energy to meet the king of Dionia and deal with the possible censure that would come. The next morning, Ochraden, who was still sleeping soundly, was awakened by the loud sound of the bugle. He hurriedly put on his clothes and wanted to go out of the tent to see what was going on, but was stopped by the guard at the door. What happened? Ochraden looked at the groups of Dionia soldiers in front of him, who were only wearing undershirts, rushing out of the military tent and quickly lining up in the passage. He could not help but ask curiously in Greek. The guard hesitated for a moment but still replied, "They are going to do morning exercises." As there were a lot of new recruits in the army this time, there were also the newly surrendered noble soldiers of Rome and the Rome Reserve Brigade. In order to quickly bring them together and adapt to the tactics of Dionia so that they could fully exert their combat effectiveness, the Devers stationed the army in Minoa and seized all the time to train. For this reason, he also expanded the site of the original Minoa city square and opened it up into a playground. In the early morning, the soldiers' physical training and formation training were carried out. In the morning, the legion's tactical training was carried out. After lunch, construction training was carried out, such as repairing the walls of Minoa, expanding the port, and building a flat road from the port to Minoa city. Therefore, during this period of time, Minoa city, which was originally in ruins, was changing every day. The ruins were cleared, the land was leveled, the city walls were refurbished, towers were added, the city gates and drawbridges were reinstalled, and the trenches were dug because Ochraden arrived late at night. He could not see clearly. If he had entered during the day, he might have thought that Margot's war report to the Senate was a lie. Minoa city was not in ruins at all, it was clearly a fortress. The hard work had tempered the soldiers' will and physique, and also taught them to obey and help each other. In the afternoon, it was time for the soldiers to train their combat skills. Javelin throwing and sword and shield attacks were the focus of the training. When it was close to dusk, it was the time that all the soldiers looked forward to the most: rugby training time. Not only could it make the soldiers happy physically and mentally, but it could also strengthen the team spirit and deepen the friendship between the soldiers. Such a large amount of exercise every day was based on sufficient logistical support. The soldiers of Dionia had 3 meals a day. In addition to sufficient bread and oatmeal, there was also a large amount of salted beef jerky, mutton soup, sea fish, and other meat to replenish their physical strength. There was even a small amount of vegetables and fruits to provide for the body's necessities. There were doctors and nurses in the medical camp to ensure their health, and there were blacksmiths and carpenters in the supply camp to maintain their armor and weapons. Behind these 100,000 soldiers were the 2 million people of the Kingdom of Dionia who lived frugally and gave their all to ensure their safety. Therefore, when Ochraden was on his way to the big tent, he heard the deafening training sounds in the distance, saw the new walls of Minoa city in the distance, and saw the neatly arranged tents and aisles like a chessboard in front of him. He could not calm down. "Your Majesty, Messenger Carthage requests an audience. Let him come in." Ochraden walked into the big tent and saw the King of Dionia sitting in the seat of honor, looking at him with a smile. His appearance did not change much from when he first met him more than 10 years ago, but his temperament had changed significantly. At that time, he had just defeated the Syracuse army and was high-spirited and aggressive. Now, the Dionysian army had the same advantage, but this famous king seemed amiable and approachable. Ochraden's thoughts ran wild, but he did not hesitate. He bowed respectfully and said in a clear voice, "Your Majesty, King Devers, Senate Carthage has sent me as a messenger to meet you and discuss with Dionia about this war that should not have happened. Ochraden, we haven't seen each other for more than 10 years. I'm very happy to see my old friend again. Compared to the aggressive messenger Carthage, Preta Cuba, we are more willing to deal with you." The Devers smiled even more brightly and sighed. Hearing this, Ochraden felt relieved and immediately said, "Your Majesty, today's war should not have happened in the first place. It has lasted for such a long time and caused great losses to both our countries. Trade has declined, farmland has become barren, and there have been many casualties among the people. We, the people of Carthage, have realized that this cannot continue, so they have sent me here in the hope of discussing with your majesty if we can stop the war, restore peace between our two countries, restart trade, heal the wounds of the war as soon as possible, and promote the prosperity of the Western Mediterranean Sea together. The people who started the war were the people of Carthage, and the people who are asking for a truce are also the people of Carthage. You people of Carthage are too overbearing, starting a war whenever you want and stopping the war whenever you want. But this is not a war game, it's not that simple. Henoboris, who was at the side, interrupted with a sarcastic tone. Acriton's heart tightened, but he heard the Devers say seriously, "You're right, it's good for the people of both countries to be able to talk peace and achieve a truce. I am currently busy with military affairs and have no time to spare, so I will appoint Senator Henoboris as the person in charge of the negotiations on the side of Dionia. He will discuss peace with you. I hope that you can have a pleasant cooperation and reach a consensus in the end, bringing good news to the people of both countries." Chapter 10:14. Ecriton subconsciously looked at Henoboris, and Henoboris was also looking at him with bright eyes. Although he was happy that the Devers readily agreed to negotiate, it also made him realize that this armistice negotiation might not be so easy. The venue for the negotiation was arranged in an empty military tent not far from the main tent in the camp. There were only 4 people in the tent, Henoboris, Ecriton, and a scribe each. Such a simple arrangement would determine the direction of this war that would affect the future situation of the Western Mediterranean. After both parties sat down, Henoboris placed his hands on the table, leaned forward slightly, and said bluntly, "Sir Ecriton, since your Carthage wants to armistice and negotiate for peace, you must have already worked out the conditions." "Yes." Ecriton looked at the somewhat aggressive Henoboris, and after a slight hesitation, he said softly, "Before I left, the Senate reached a preliminary agreement. Both parties will stop the war and restore the sphere of influence that was delineated when the peace agreement was signed. Carthage is willing to compensate Dionia for the losses caused by this war, and the specific amount will be decided by both parties after discussion." Henoboris did not wait for him to finish. He stood up and walked out. Ecriton was stunned. "Sir Henoboris, what do you mean by this?" Henoboris turned around and said sarcastically, "You're not here to negotiate, Ecriton. You're here to tell a joke, right? You have to understand that this war wasn't started by Dionia, but you're the one who wants to end this war. But you came to negotiate with such an attitude, as if the one who has the upper hand in the war is not Dionia, but Carthage. If that's the case, then there's no need to negotiate anymore. Go home and continue to wait for the results of the war. Maybe Dionia's emissaries will go to Carthage and ask for a truce." After all, Ecriton had sparred with Pretacuba in the Carthage Senate all year round, so he was thick-skinned. Without changing his expression, he said slowly, "Negotiations are like buying and selling goods. You give me a price, and I give you a price. Both parties bargain and finally reach a reasonable price to complete the transaction. Now, Carthage has come up with the initial price for a truce. Since you're not satisfied, then I want to hear what Dionia's initial price is." Henoboris looked at him and smiled. His previous dissatisfaction disappeared without a trace. He sat back, straightened his chest, stretched out his right hand, and said loudly, "The conditions for a truce for Dionia were personally set by His Majesty the Devers. The first condition is that the Carthage army in Sicily surrender to Dionia." Ecriton stared at the finger stretched out by Henoboris, and his heart trembled. Previously, the king of Dionia was kind to him, and he thought that this negotiation would be easier. Who knew that he would be fooled by the kindness of the Devers? Just the first condition alone was difficult for him to agree to, because it was an army of 100,000 soldiers. Most of the young and middle-aged citizens of Carthage and the citizens of Phoenicia are gathered there. Once they surrender to Dionia, If Dionia imprisons them for a long time and does not allow these citizen soldiers to return to Carthage, Carthage will not have enough troops to ensure the safety of the city. Neither the Senate of Carthage nor the people will agree to this condition. Even if the Senate agrees, that arrogant and proud Margot will definitely refuse to carry it out. Ecriton complained in his heart, but his face remained calm. He asked, "Is there a second condition?" "Of course there is." Henoboris looked at him, and stretched out a second finger. "Second, Corsica and Sardinia will be taken over by Dionia." Ecriton's heart was beating wildly. Corsica and Sardinia were one of the important sources of income for the Carthage treasury. If they were taken away by Dionia, Carthage's national strength would undoubtedly be significantly weakened. Ecriton could no longer remain calm. He snorted and said in a more serious tone, "Is there anything else?" "Don't worry, of course there is." The corners of Henoboris's mouth curled up slightly, and he stretched out a third finger. "If Carthage withdraws from Sicily, this island will be completely ruled by Dionia." Ecriton's eyelids twitched. If taking away Corsica and Sardinia weakened Carthage's national strength, then letting Dionia completely control Sicily would directly threaten the security of Carthage, especially now that Dionia's navy was powerful. Is Dionia really prepared to stop the war with Carthage and restore peace? Ecriton finally could not help but ask. "Of course we are willing to stop the war, but we begged you not to start a war. However, when you saw that Dionia was at war with Rome and the Simonians, you thought you could take advantage of it, so you tore up the agreement and brazenly started a war. If your plot had succeeded, it would have been us, Dionia, who had been defeated in the war and asked for a truce. We would have proposed the same conditions as you just proposed. I don't think you would have agreed. But you have failed, and you must be punished. Our army has already occupied Corsica. We have occupied most of Sardinia. We have occupied most of the land in Sicily. These spoils of war were obtained with the blood and lives of Dionia's citizens. The citizens will never allow us to abandon them. You'd best understand this." Henoboris warned sternly and righteously. "Corsica, Sardinia, western Sicily. These are the lands that we, Carthage and the Phoenicians, have worked hard to manage for hundreds of years. You want to forcibly take them from us, but it doesn't mean that they belong to you. Dionia boasts of being a civilized Greek kingdom and is renowned for keeping its promises in the western Mediterranean. You should understand this very well." Ecriton retorted sternly. Henoboris sneered, "When you, Carthage, tore up the agreement and started a war, we could only reason with you with long shields and spears. You have occupied them by force, and you may lose them under the threat of force in the future. Why don't we, Carthage, use more compensation to redeem these lands that you have occupied? I hope you will consider it." Ecriton's tone softened slightly. "Carthage needs to compensate Dionia for their losses in this war. This is our fourth condition," Henoboris said coldly as he extended his fourth finger. "You!" Ecriton finally stood up and shouted, "Dionia is so greedy. It seems that they have no intention of stopping the war and negotiating with us, Carthage. His Majesty, Devers, does indeed intend to negotiate. Otherwise, he wouldn't have put forward these detailed conditions," Henoboris said seriously. "He also told me that other than the amount of compensation that can be negotiated, the other conditions cannot be changed. Of course, I don't think Sir Ecriton can decide on such an important matter, but I hope that the Senate of Carthage can confirm this matter as soon as possible. Otherwise, as time drags on, our conditions will not only be limited to these." Ecriton was shocked. However, as Henoboris said, he couldn't decide on any of the conditions proposed by Dionia. He could only bring them back and hand them over to the Senate for negotiation. When Ecriton left Minoa and returned to Carthage, he passed by the waters of Serenus. With a heavy heart, Ecriton suddenly had an idea. He ordered the passenger ship to change course and stop at a beach near Serenus. When Ecriton arrived at Carthage's camp, He was just in time to catch up with Margot's army attacking the city. Under the lead of the guards, he climbed up the inner wall of the camp and witnessed the tragic siege with his own eyes. The Carthage army attacked Serenus from the east, west, and north at the same time. Nearly 20,000 people were invested in the northern wall that Eckraton was facing. Countless light infantry climbed the high earthen hills and used arrows and javelins to suppress the defenders at the top of the wall. There were also Balearic catapults on the inner wall to throw lead pellets at Serenus. The troops responsible for the main attack were divided into 3 parts. One part was the Namibian soldiers. Under the leadership of the Iberian army officers, they carried sacks filled with soil and rushed to the front to fill the trenches under the city. The second wave of attacking troops were the Phoenician infantry. They carried ladders, siege carts, siege towers, and other large siege equipment. They rushed to the city like a tide and attacked. The third wave of troops were the Phoenician infantry that Margot trusted. They rested behind the inner wall and waited for the siege to reach its climax. When both sides consumed a lot of physical strength and energy, they would be sent to make the final impact. There was another huge team of tens of thousands of people on the battlefield. Their mission was to seize the time to build earthen walls on both sides of the earthen hills that extended outward from the inner wall of the camp while the Dionia soldiers were busy dealing with the siege, and finally achieve the goal of connecting with the city wall of Serenus. In addition, ballistae were also indispensable in the siege. However, for fear of being attacked by the bowmen on the city wall, Carthage's ballistae retreated behind the inner wall. Their main target was the wooden towers built on the wall, but because of the inner wall, their hit rate was obviously not high, and they were also threatened by Dionia's ballistae. They were also separated by the wall, but the stone bullets fired by Dionia's ballistae from the city always fell around Carthage's ballistae. They obviously targeted Carthage's ballistae, and they outnumbered Carthage. At the request of Amyntas, all the ballistae in the Devers General were transferred to Serenus. Chapter 10:15. Moreover, this was not the only defensive measure taken by the Dionia garrison. They collected linen from the houses in the city and sewed it into long sections. Then, they set up wooden poles at both ends of the walkway at the top of the city to prop up the linen, forming a linen roof. In this way, most of the arrows, javelins, and flying stones that were shot at the top of the city were blocked by it, losing their lethality and protecting the garrison at the top of the city. In addition, the Dionia garrison also set up a lot of wooden racks at the top of the city, hanging copper pots filled with water. After boiling the water with firewood, they poured it directly down the city. The boiling water contained feces and urine. When it was poured on the Carthage soldiers who were besieging the city, it caused their skin to fester and could not heal. It was very insidious. From time to time, stone bullets swept through the air. No matter where they landed, they would cause a stir. Arrows and flying stones continued to crisscross in the air, like dark clouds shrouding the city. The Dionia soldiers defended the city and did not retreat a single step, while the Carthage soldiers were like a tide, constantly attacking the city. In fact, the battle was not only on the ground. In the past few days, Margot had asked the miners to dig several new tunnels under the ground and let them continue to dig into the city. Learning from the previous lesson, they were equipped with heavily armed soldiers behind them. After the tunnels were discovered by the Dionia soldiers, the two sides also fought more fiercely in the tunnels. The siege lasted from morning until dusk. The intensity of the Carthaginian army's attack did not decrease, especially after they sent in the Philo infantry. There were a few attempts to attack the city walls, but they were ultimately repelled by the Daunian reinforcements. When night fell, the Carthage army finally blew the bugle to retreat. Although Eckraton had participated in battles when he was young, he had never experienced such a large number of participants, and the scene of the war was so grand and fierce. He stood on the inner wall, looking at the countless fallen corpses and wounded soldiers in front of the city. He could not calm down for a long time. Not long after, when he saw Margot in the tent of Carthage's camp, the military commander who had just commanded the siege was wolfing down his dinner. Margot's eyes suddenly became sharp when he saw Ochraden. He put down the bread in his hand and asked straightforwardly, "Ochraden, how did the negotiation go?" Ochraden was not surprised that Margot knew about the negotiations, because as the head of the Magonid family, someone would take the risk to come to Sicily to report to him everything that had happened in the Senate. He was surprised that Margot did not seem to be angry at the Senate for peace talk. But when he thought about it carefully, he understood. Lilibo had fallen, the sea route was cut off, and the food supply for the 100,000 troops had become even more difficult. Even Margot, who had always been tough, had to bow down in the face of reality. For Ochraden, he was happy to see this happen. It meant that there were things that could be discussed. One of the conditions put forward by the Daionia to reach a peace agreement is that the army led by you, Lord Margot, surrender to them. Ochraden said word by word. Margot's eyes suddenly became sharp, but then he restrained the light and said with certainty, "The Senate will never agree to such ridiculous conditions." Not only this, the Daionia also asked Carthage to cede Corsica, Sardinia, and the entire island of Sicily. Ochraden continued in a serious tone. "Daionia wants to destroy me, Carthage." There was a little flame burning in Margot's eyes, but his expression became dignified. "It seems that the Daionia doesn't want to negotiate at all." "I don't think so," Ochraden said slowly. "Just like the conditions given by the Senate, the Daionia gave such harsh conditions at the beginning of the talks. They are just asking for a sky-high price. Of course, we can continue to bargain with them, but now our record is too bad, so I can't get a good bargaining chip." Margot raised his head and looked straight at Ochraden. Ochraden calmly met Margot's sharp eyes. His face was covered with frost, and he said in a cold tone, "Is there a problem with what I said? If it weren't for you leading the army back from the east in defeat, and losing Palermo's and Lille in succession, which led to the whole war situation becoming so bad, the Senate would not have chosen to negotiate with us in such a humiliating manner. When did I suffer a defeat in the east?" Margot slammed his palm on the table angrily, the bowls and jars on the table clanked, and the food spilled all over the floor. "I led the army to retreat from the east, but that was because of the lack of food supply. The fundamental reason was that our navy was not good enough, and we lost control of the Sicilian Sea, which seriously threatened the army's sea transport line. This is all the fault of that Enrobas you recommended. The fleet he led was defeated again, and almost all the warships of Carthage were exhausted. The army I led has not suffered any major losses so far, but because of the lack of food, we are in a passive position." Margot could not help but say the last sentence, expressing his helplessness and sadness. However, Ochraden obviously did not sympathize with him. He said coldly, "Lord Margot, in order to fulfill your request to send troops, the Senate has done their best. They have almost used up all the young and strong citizens of Carthage and the Phoenician allies to gather an army of 100,000 for you. For this reason, there is a gap in Africana's defense, and we can't resist the Dionysian fleet's attack. In order to ensure the food supply of the army you led, the Senate has almost exhausted all the surplus food in the homes of the people of Africana, causing the treasury to be empty. Jia Taiji has made such a great sacrifice and effort not to let you be satisfied with the fact that the army did not suffer any major losses, and only to blame the failure of the war on the navy. Even if you win a few more battles and put pressure on the people of Daionia, Daionia will not dare to send their navy to attack the land of Africana. Even now, during the peace talks, they will not put forward such harsh conditions." Margot was speechless for a moment. After a while, he regained his proud demeanor. "In a few days, you will receive the news of victory." Ochraden was stunned for a moment, then immediately understood. He said with uncertainty, "You mean Selinus? I saw the siege today. How many soldiers did we lose? 3,000? Or 5,000? Margot said confidently, "We have lost a lot of people, but the casualties of the Dionia will not be low either. The most important thing is that we have built the mud wall to the edge of the trench. When we attack Selinus next, our soldiers can directly pass through the wall and fight the Dionia head-on. If the Dionia do not send more troops, we can seize Selinus with our absolute advantage in military strength. If they send more troops, then this place will become a bleeding wound for Dionia. When that time comes, the conditions they proposed for the negotiation will have to be greatly modified." Although the two were political enemies, now that Carthage was facing a major crisis, Okerton hoped for the first time to see what Margot said become a reality. So he said seriously, "The Senate is eagerly waiting for the news of your victory. I hope you will not make us wait too long." Late at night, Selinus's clipper entered the Minoa port. The Devers were woken up by Marcius. After reading the battle report written by Amyntas, he was no longer sleepy. He said to Tormid and Printos who came after him, "Carthage's army has been attacking Selinus for the past few days. The defenders of Selinus have suffered many casualties. Even Amyntas can't hold on any longer and has written a letter asking for help." Tormid received the battle report in surprise. After reading it, he handed it to Printos. After thinking for a while, he said in a low voice, "Your Majesty, now that Carthage's military commander, Margot, has gathered his army outside Selinus and is concentrating on attacking the city, Amyntas has less than 10,000 soldiers under his command. Even if he does his best to resist the attack of Carthage's army for a long time, he will inevitably suffer heavy casualties. You should know that most of the soldiers of the First Legion are from Turris. During this war they have already replenished their soldiers twice. The Turris have already paid a huge sacrifice." Hearing this, the Devers were moved, but they remained silent. Tormid carefully observed the expression on the Devers' face and suggested softly, "I remember that when your Majesty was in Latin, in view of the Roman army's fierce attack on Ostia, which caused our army to suffer heavy casualties, you decisively gave the order to abandon Ostia and burn it down. In the end, the Roman army suffered heavy casualties and gained nothing, which dealt a blow to their morale. Now that we have occupied Lille, we can completely replace the role played by the port of Selinus. Should we consider adopting the same method and abandoning Selinus when necessary?" Hearing this suggestion, the Devers' heart skipped a beat. He tapped his fingers on the table and fell into deep thought. After a while, he raised his head and looked at another staff officer. "Printos, what do you think?" When Printos saw the gazes of the others focused on him, he deliberated for a while and said, "I agree with Sir Tormid's suggestion, but it is best not to abandon Selinus prematurely. Your Majesty's current strategy is to adopt a defensive stance on the land, luring the Carthage army to take the initiative to attack, so as to continuously kill the Carthage army and wear down their morale. If we let the Carthage army capture Selinus prematurely, even if it is in ruins, it will still boost their morale. At the same time, it will also allow the Carthage army to save more time for the attack." After listening to this, the Devers pondered for a while and suddenly revealed a helpless smile. "Now I am a little regretful for sending Amyntas to defend Selinus. In Latin, I ordered him to abandon Ostia, and in Sicily, I want him to abandon Selinus. Even if he obeys the order in the end, with his style of fighting bravely and never retreating, I'm afraid that he will always bear a grudge." Literature Hall. Chapter 10-16. Tormid was stunned. He really didn't think of this just now. The Devers stood up and said decisively, "It seems that we have to send more reinforcements to Selinus. Instead of adding more troops, we will directly send Legio 6, Rome Reserve Brigade, Potentia and Samni reinforcements to Selinus and hand them over to Amyntas." Tormid was shocked. "Your Majesty, you have sent Legio 6 and Rome Reserve Brigade to Selinus, leaving only Legio 4 and the 9th Legion. What if Brother Margot sends an army to attack Minoa?" The Devers said calmly, I don't think Brother Margot will easily give up the efforts he has made in Serenus during this time. If he really leads an army to attack Minoa regardless of everything, I very much hope that he will waste what little time he has left. In addition, we can let Alexis carry out our plan. If we do this, the defense of Minoa will be even stronger, Tormid reminded loudly again. The Devers smiled slightly. Brother Margot dared to put the troops he originally used to defend Segesta into the siege. We can't leave Lazaru, Epitines and the others idle. We can transfer them to Minoa. Tormid and Printos were shocked when they heard this. A few days ago, His Majesty was still talking about not tightening the rope too much to prevent the Carthage army from jumping the wall. Only a few days later, he is ordering the delayed Legio III and Lucaria Reserve Brigade to move to Minoa. Is this the start of the final battle? The two looked at the calm face of the Devers and responded firmly, "Yes, Your Majesty." In the early morning of the second day, Brother Margot gathered the army and launched another attack on Serenus. The battle lasted until noon. The earth wall built by the Carthage people was connected to the city wall of Serenus. Fortunately, the Dionia garrison had already prepared wooden wallboards to increase the height of the connecting wall, so that the Carthage soldiers could not immediately rush into the walkway. However, the wooden walls were not strong enough. Under the pressure of the officers, the Carthaginian soldiers braved the rain of javelins thrown from the towers on top of the city wall. They continuously burned and smashed the wooden walls. After paying a lot of casualties, the Carthaginian soldiers broke through the wooden walls in the afternoon and poured into the walkway on the city wall. The Dionia garrison had to deal with the long-range attacks from the hills outside the city, the attacks from the enemies below the city wall, and be on guard against the enemy's tunnel attack at any time. They also had to send a large number of troops to stop the enemy from rushing through the earth wall. Even Amintas was holding a shield and was ready to participate in the battle. At this critical moment, the Legio VI and the Rome Reserve Brigade, a total of 16,000 soldiers, including the Rome noble soldiers incorporated into the legion, arrived by sea and finally repelled the exhausted Carthage people. Although the Carthage army was repelled, Brother Margot did not feel depressed. The fact that Dionia sent more troops to Serenus cheered him up. His original plan of attacking Serenus to attract the main force of Dionia to fight a decisive battle had been initially realized. Judging from the situation of today's battle, after connecting the city wall of Serenus, the defensive advantage of the Dionia people had been greatly reduced. Tomorrow, when he gathered the whole army to attack the city, he would send the Celts and Lusitanians to attack along the wall. Would the Dionia people still be able to resist? Would they send more reinforcements? Should he build a few more causeways to connect the wall so that more soldiers could directly climb the wall and fight the Dionia people head-on? Brother Margot sat in the big tent, thinking about tomorrow's siege plan. At this time, the adjutant came into the tent and reported to him, "Lord Margot, there's news from Segesta. The Dionia people have raided the territory of the Sicans. The Sicans' army and the 3,000 Namibian soldiers stationed there have been defeated." Brother Margot frowned and asked, "When did this happen?" "This afternoon." Originally, the territory of the Sicans was guarded by Hasdrubal with more than 30,000 soldiers, mainly to keep an eye on the Dionysian army coming from the east of the mountains. However, after the Sicans led by the Tarkanian tribe entered the territory of their old enemy, there were some conflicts with the Sicans. But because of Hasdrubal's presence, the conflicts were always resolved. Some time ago, when the Dionia people attacked Palemos, the Sicans were unwilling to go with the army. Before Hasdrubal led the army to reinforce them, he deliberately separated the Sicans' camp from the Sicans' camp, leaving a few thousand Namibian soldiers behind, hoping that the place would remain peaceful until he returned. Unexpectedly, Hasdrubal's troops were later transferred back to the Carthage camp in Serenus, and the Sicans' territory seemed to have become a corner that the Carthage people had forgotten. As the three troops in the territory could not unite, It was only natural that they were quickly defeated after being raided by the Dionysian army. Brother Margot's brows immediately relaxed and he asked, "Do you know how many Dionia people they sent?" "According to the observation of the cavalry, there are about 10,000 of them." "Only slightly more than 10,000. Brother Margot was a little disappointed. He deliberately left the Seconds' territory open to attract the Dionia people to attack. "Where are the Dionia people now?" "They retreated to the west." "What? They ran away?" Brother Margot frowned again. He was still hesitating just now. Should he let Hasdrubal lead tens of thousands of soldiers to destroy the enemy? Or should he just ignore them and lure more Dionia people into the Seconds' territory, or even when they started to attack Segesta, which was not far from the Seconds' territory, he would gather his army and annihilate them. In the end, the Dionia people actually escaped after the sneak attack. Brother Margot felt powerless. He glared at his adjutant and roared, "Next time, do not stutter in your report. Finish it all at once." The adjutant felt wronged, but he could only comply. The Dionia people did not fall for it. It seemed that they still had to attack Serenus. Brother Margot made up his mind and said to his adjutant, "There is no need to station troops in the Seconds' territory anymore. After gathering the defeated soldiers, bring them back to the camp." When Alexis led the 10th Legion and Legio IV to attack the Seconds' territory, the cavalry scouts reported the news to the camp. Brother Margot was leading the army to attack the city, and the adjutant did not dare to disturb him at the critical moment of the siege. However, there was a unit that had the right to send troops, and that was the cavalry. Brother Margot had a total of 7,000 cavalry, most of which were Namibian cavalry. They moved quickly and ran like the wind, and were used to throwing javelins to kill their enemies. They rarely fought head-on. Ever since Brother Margot led his army back to the west of Sicily, the Dionysian army did not come out. Instead, they took advantage of their naval superiority and often sent their fleets ashore to harass them. Therefore, Brother Margot ordered the cavalry to patrol the west coast every day. Once they found an enemy, they could launch an attack first and delay the enemy's movements so that the main force could arrive and annihilate them. Because of the characteristics of the Namibian cavalry, he was not worried that they would suffer heavy losses. Therefore, after receiving the news that the Dionia people were attacking the Seconds' territory, the cavalry that was idle in the camp quickly rushed to the Seconds' territory. However, they did not expect that the Dionia people would quickly retreat to the mountains. As a result, the cavalry that wanted to kill the enemy had to do the chores of gathering the defeated soldiers. Just as Margot returned to the main tent in the camp, on the northwest side of the Carthaginian camp, in a military tent in the Namibian cavalry camp, a Namibian defeated soldier stood in front of Tynum, the leader of the Marsili tribe. "I was wondering who wanted to see me. I didn't expect it to be you, Kinormus. How could your father be willing to let you participate in this terrible war?" Tynum said in a slightly surprised tone. "In the eyes of the Carthage people, we Namibians have no distinction between high and low. We only have one identity, their slaves. These years, the population of our tribe has been decreasing year by year. In order to make up for the number of soldiers that the Carthage people have imposed on us, I had to come even if I didn't want to participate in this war," Kinormus said angrily. Chief Tynum was silent for a moment. After a while, he said, "The Carthage people are indeed a little harsh on your tribe." Kinormus looked at him and sneered in his heart. He knew that the other party was not as dissatisfied with the Carthage as he was, because Tynum was a Western Namibian, and he was an Eastern Namibian. It turned out that the Namibian region was divided into East and West because of Carthage. The Carthage people called the Namibians living inland between it and the Phoenician alliance along the coast of Africa East Namibia, while the Namibians living inland in the west, far from Carthage's sphere of influence, called them Western Namibians. A long time ago, because the Eastern Namibians were very close to the Carthaginians and Phoenicians, it was convenient and frequent for them to communicate with each other. Not only was there frequent trade, but under the influence of the Carthaginian culture, the tribes in eastern Namibia had gradually changed from the original nomadic lifestyle to a semi-agricultural, semi-pastoral lifestyle. Due to the abundance of food and materials, eastern Namibia had a large population. The western Namibians, on the other hand, had always been nomadic. Not only did they lack food, but they also had a small population. Due to competition for grazing land, there were frequent battles between the tribes. Sometimes, due to climate change, reduced grazing land, and lack of food, they could only ask for food aid from the eastern Namibians. It was for this reason that the Maasai tribe was familiar with Kinormus tribe. However, starting from 20 years ago, the Carthage people were no longer satisfied with their territory being limited to the coast. They coveted the vast land inland and began to gradually change their previous strategy towards the Namibians. They continued to use provocative, divisive, and alienating tactics against the various tribes in eastern Namibia. They also began to use force to conquer from north to south. This kind of military conquest reached its peak after Hanno came to power. As for the western Namibians, Carthage adopted a policy of bribery and enticement. They provided the tribes with cheap food and hired their tribesmen as auxiliary cavalry to participate in Carthage's wars. They even deliberately propagated the conflict between the eastern and western Namibians among the western Namibians, because in the past, the eastern Namibians were rich while the western Namibians were poor, and the western Namibians often turned to the eastern Namibians for help. The easterners often treated the westerners with arrogance and disdain. They also allowed the eastern Namibians to participate in the war to conquer the eastern Namibians. Therefore, even though they were of the same race, it was not surprising that Tynum would have such a mentality. Chapter 10:17. Instead of complaining, he said, "Leader Tynum, now that the Carthage's Lily has been occupied, the Carthage's food supply route to Sicily has been cut off. It won't be long before the soldiers in the entire camp will face the threat of starvation. What do you think about this?" Tynum blinked and showed a nonchalant expression. "Lily has been occupied, but the Carthage can still transport food to Mazara. Moreover, they will take down Selinus and recapture Lily, so there's no need to worry too much." "Leader Tynum," Tynum said with a sneer, "the Carthage can recapture Selinus and Lily? You overestimate the ability of the Carthage. Just to take down a small town of Paragonia, the Carthage spent a lot of time, and how many people died in battle? You've been in Sicily for so long, you should be well aware of the strength of the Daionia when it comes to defending their cities, yet you still have such delusions and think that the Carthage dares to transport food to Mazara. Don't you know that the Daionia navy is stronger? Not only did they completely defeat the Carthage navy, but I heard that they also occupied Corsica and Sardinia, which are ruled by the Carthage. They even landed in Africa and burned several of Carthage's allies. Where did you hear all this?" Tynum's expression changed drastically as he asked sternly. Margot had strict control over the army. All the war reports were only known to him, Pamerka, and a few other high-ranking generals. Furthermore, the entire army was confined to Sicily, and it was difficult for them to receive news from the outside world. It was even more impossible for a foreign cavalry unit like Tynum to have their own sources of information, so they were very unfamiliar with the development of the entire war. Tynum took a deep breath, and his expression became secretive. He whispered, "I did participate in this war, but I did not fight with Margot. Instead, I followed Monte Adano. You may have heard that he led his army to attack Minoa and suffered a crushing defeat. At that time, I was captured by the Daionia." Tynum's eyes widened. "You surrendered to the Daionia?" Kinomos made a shushing gesture and whispered, "No, the king of Daionia doesn't want us to surrender, but to be an ally of the Namibians. He wants to help us get rid of the oppression of the Carthage people, restore our independence, and take back our land." The more Kinormus spoke, the more agitated he became. But Tynum suddenly cut him off and said coldly, "What does this have to do with me? Of course it matters. Do you know that Carthage's men have already sent messengers to the Dionia camp to request peace talks? They can't hold out much longer. But the people of Dionia would never agree so easily. They had completely blocked the sea route to the west of Sicily. Without the support of the city of Carthage, Margot's army was so huge. How many days could the food he stored last? When they ran out of food, they could only surrender. You and your people will become captives, perhaps even slaves of the people of Dionia. Kynomus sighed softly and said emotionally, "It's precisely because we used to have a good relationship that I didn't try to persuade my eastern kinsmen after I blended in with the defeated army. Instead, I came to you first, hoping that you can see the situation clearly and make a choice that is beneficial to your tribe." What Kynomus said was actually a lie. The reason he chose to come to Tinum was that the people of eastern Namibia helped Carthage in battle. They basically served as infantry, with a certain number of people drawn from each tribe. The officers could only be Phoenicians or Carthage people. And after the successful night attack by Serene's garrison, Margot had sent outstanding soldiers from the Iberian army who were loyal to him to serve as officers. Therefore, it was very risky to incite the eastern Namibian soldiers to defect from Carthage's army on a large scale, and the success rate was not high. As the lands of western Namibia were not controlled by the people of Carthage, they and the people of Carthage were more like the dependent relationship between a large tribe and a small tribe. Carthage hired them to fight, and they were mostly cavalry. They did not send outsiders to serve as officers, and the tribal leaders led their people. They only needed to listen to the commander's orders during battle. The supervision was very lax, and this created the conditions for Kynomus to blend in and persuade them to defect. Tinum fell into deep thought. Although he was not sure if the terrible situation described by Kynomus was true, he was not a fool. During this time, he had more or less noticed some signs. Lily had been captured by the people of Dionia, which was a fact. He saw it with his own eyes. Palemos had fallen, although he did not see it. The Namibian cavalry who followed Hasdrubal had communicated with him and told him that 4,000 strong Iberian natives had been wiped out. If the Carthage navy was not at a disadvantage, how could they have allowed the people of Dionia to land on the western coast at will, so much so that Margot had sent them to patrol the coast every day, and in the past few days, he did not see any food transport team from Mazara to the Carthage camp. Could the situation really be that bad? The more Tinum thought about it, the more his heart sank. There was silence in the tent, and the faint light of the oil lamp swayed on his face that was gradually shrouded in haze. After a long time, he looked at Tinum and asked hesitantly, "The people of Dionia? What benefits can they give me?" Kynomus was overjoyed and hurriedly said, "Whatever Carthage can give you, the people of Dionia can also give you, and it will only be better. For example, the people of Dionia will sell you high-quality ironware and armor that Carthage has banned. And as long as you can successfully lead most of the Namibian cavalry to surrender to Dionia, the king of Dionia also promised, in the future, when the Masalai tribe and other West Namibian tribes have conflicts, Dionia will stand by your side." When Tinum heard this, he was shocked. The Masalai tribe was a large tribe, stronger than most West Namibian tribes. Several generations of leaders had always had a dream, which was to unify the loose West Namibian tribes and form a West Namibian alliance led by the Masalai tribe. That was what they thought, and that was what they did. However, it was clear that the people of Carthage would not allow their wish to come true. Not only did they support his opponent, but they also repeatedly suppressed the Masalai tribe, repeatedly weakening their strength and losing several ranches. In fact, Tinum had been secretly dissatisfied with Carthage for a long time. This was also the reason why Kynomus first chose to persuade the Masalai tribe. Although Tinum was a little tempted, he still tried his best to remain calm. "Kynomus, these promises made by Dionia sound good, but it will be very difficult to achieve, because the center of Dionia is on the big island in the north. referring to Italy, and the land of Africa where we live is ruled by the people of Carthage. Tinum, you don't understand how great the king of Dionia is. It only took him a decade or so to make the newly established kingdom of Dionia into a powerful force that even the people of Carthage fear. He has promised me that when Margot's army is destroyed, he will let the Dionysian army land in Africa and help us East Namibians. By then, whether Carthage can still exist is a question, and I'm afraid they will be dreaming if they want to meddle in our affairs. Tinum was a little disapproving. Of course, he would not have high hopes for Dionia like Cinomus did. After all, Carthage's hegemony in Africa had lasted for 100 years. Even if they suffered a defeat in this war, he did not think that things would change so quickly. However, the promise made by the people of Dionia was indeed tempting. He thought about it for a long time and decided not to agree for the time being, but he would not reject Cinomus's request either. Instead, he would carefully observe the development of the situation before making a decision. For this reason, he even forced Cinomus to stay in his army to prevent him from coming into contact with others. On the second day, Carthage's army launched another attack on the city of Serenus. This time, Amyntas did not deploy too many soldiers on the city walls. Instead, he used the city walls to resist for a while. After repelling an attack by Carthage's men, he took advantage of the short gap before the next wave of attack to decisively give the order to retreat. Carthage's army successfully occupied the city walls. Their morale was boosted, and they blindly attacked the city in an attempt to take the whole city in one go. Soon, they suffered from the various traps laid by the Dionia soldiers in the city, and were finally stopped in front of a wide trench. Behind the trench was another towering city wall. Countless Dionia soldiers suddenly appeared on the seemingly empty city wall and launched a fierce attack on the enemy below. Carthage's soldiers were disorganized in the process of breaking into the city. They lacked a general to command them, gathered in front of the trench, and did not carry any siege equipment. Suddenly, they were violently attacked by a rain of arrows and javelins. It was chaos. Amyntas decisively gave the order to counterattack. The heavy soldiers of the legion, who had been lying in ambush for a long time, rushed out from the several tunnels they had prepared. The Carthage army below the city was routed, scrambling to escape. After the Dionia soldiers chased for a while, they immediately retreated to the second wall after being reminded by their officers, leaving the follow-up troops of Carthage empty-handed. When Margot, who was at the rear, heard that there was another wall behind the city wall, he immediately thought of Paragonia's encounter. He hurriedly ordered all the troops in the city to retreat immediately and sent scouts into the block between the two walls to carefully investigate whether there were a large number of combustible items buried. Chapter 10:18. On this day, although the Carthage army occupied the outer walls of Serenus, they failed to capture the entire city. Instead, they suffered a lot of casualties. The new walls inside the city meant that they still had to carry out a difficult siege, which caused the morale of the soldiers to plummet. The Namibians, in particular, suffered the most casualties as the main force of the siege. Naturally, the resentment in their hearts was even stronger, and some rumors began to spread among them. Ginormus was not the only one who had infiltrated the Sycan territory. Although Margot had sent his own trusted team officers to the Namibian troops, most of them were mid-level and senior officers. After all, if there were too many team officers, it would be difficult to maintain the combat effectiveness of his own Iberian troop. Therefore, the lowest-level team leaders were mostly Eastern Namibians. This gave the Namibian captives, who had been persuaded by the Dionia, a chance to sneak into the Carthage camp through the defeated soldiers. The Namibians had always been the main force in this war, whether it was the attack on Paragonia or Serenus, so they suffered the most casualties. Their dissatisfaction with the Carthage people had accumulated over the years, and their resentment was very strong. Therefore, these spies quietly told their compatriots about the situation of the war and the news that Dionia was willing to support Namibia to rise up against Carthage and gain independence. Naturally, this caused a huge reaction. Some rumors even spread to other armies, such as that the Carthage navy had suffered a crushing defeat, that the western sea of Sicily had been completely blocked by the Dionia navy, that the Dionia navy had repeatedly attacked the coast of Africana, burning the cities of Hadrumetum and Ogilgili. This seriously affected the morale of the Carthage and Phoenician soldiers. Many soldiers even gathered and asked their team officers if the news was true. Margot was shocked when he received the news. He had no choice but to stop the next step of the attack on Serene city and focus on reorganizing the army and boosting their morale. Otherwise, the army would be in danger of collapsing. In the early morning, a Carthage fleet of 30 cargo ships set off from Gades to Carthage. Each ship was loaded with silver bricks. The war had progressed so far. Corsica had fallen, Sardinia had fallen into war, Sicily had been blockaded, and Carthage port trade was depressed. The precious metals of the Iberian Peninsula had become the main source of income for the Carthage treasury. For this reason, the Carthage mine owners in Iberia had increased the number of mining slaves and expanded the mining of the silver mines. After these silver bricks were transported to Carthage, they would be melted into silver coins, mainly to pay for the construction of warships and to pay the mercenaries. Due to the recent strength of the Dionysian fleet, the fleet was very careful and had been sailing eastward along the coast of Africa. Once they found the enemy, they could immediately enter the port of the nearby city-state to hide. This method was quite effective, so since the beginning of the war, the precious metal cargo ships from Iberia had never been hijacked by the Dionysian fleet. After spending the night in the coastal towns and ports for 2 consecutive days, the fleet entered the core waters controlled by Carthage in the early morning of the 3rd day. Only then did the fleet begin to gradually move away from the coast. Because Carthage was located on a peninsula protruding to the north, the Dionysian fleet had not dared to break into this sea so far. In the morning, the fleet had arrived near the sea near Carthage. At this time, the crew saw a fleet of countless black warships in the north, rushing towards them. "That's the fleet of Dionia?" The crew shouted in panic and desperately drove the cargo ship toward the port of Carthage. However, the cargo ship was overloaded, the wind was not favorable, and there were not many oarsmen. As a result, the Dionia warships cut off the route to the port before they could. "General, our warships have successfully intercepted the fleet of Carthage." The lookout on the flagship shouted excitedly. Middleades was not too happy. He had planned this operation for a long time. In order to intercept the Carthage fleet from Iberia, he sent a number of fast ships to Saros in Sardinia as a station. Every day, the task was to disguise as a Phoenician cargo ship and sneak into the southern sea to monitor the route from Iberia to Carthage. The fleet was discovered the day after it left Gades, and had been under the surveillance of Dionia fast food ever since. Middleades was able to intercept it in front of the port of Carthage in time according to the intelligence sent back one after another. The first step had been successful, but the key was to see the subsequent development. Middleades said in a deep voice, "Continue to observe closely." Yes, the Dionia warships intercepted the Carthage fleet, but they did not annihilate it in one go. Instead, they played a game of cat and mouse. They did not use the bronze ram at the bow of the ship, but used the hull of the ship to clamp the oars of the cargo ship. The crew on the deck even specially prepared rope hooks in an attempt to seize the cargo ship when the two ships approached each other. It seemed that they were ready to capture the cargo ship and bring it back to the base. After all, 20 ships of silver bricks was a huge fortune, but it took a long time. As the location of the incident was not far from the port, not only did the sentries on the breakwater of the port of Carthage see it clearly, but even the other Carthage and Phoenician cargo ships that entered the port saw this terrible scene and scrambled to hide in the port. Therefore, when the sentries quickly reported the situation to the port officials, and the port officials immediately reported it to the Senate of Carthage, the news of the Dionysian fleet attack had quickly spread in the port and the city. Some time ago, the people of Carthage were clearly afraid of the Dionia fleet when they burned the Phoenician allies in Africa several times. Now that these terrifying enemies had actually attacked Carthage, the people were even more terrified. For a moment, the rumor that the Dionia are going to attack Carthage spread like wildfire. When the elders of Carthage received the news from the port, they were greatly shocked. They did not expect the Dionysian fleet to be so bold as to come to Carthage port and cause trouble. This was something that had never happened since the founding of Carthage. In addition, they immediately received the news that there was a riot in the city. At this time, whether it was Hanno, Pretacuba, or Essiaruba, no one had any differences of opinion. They quickly reached a consensus. Order Morbar to lead the Carthage fleet to attack immediately, repel the rampant Dionysian fleet, protect the wealth of Carthage, and give the people confidence. Ever since the Senate ordered the Carthage fleet to strengthen the defense of the Africa coast of the city and its allies, the Navy commander Morbar had no choice but to not lead the fleet to the western waters of Sicily. Instead, he stayed at the Carthage military port and sent many fast ships to patrol the east and west coasts with Carthage as the center. Because Ogilgili city had been burned, the patrol area was further expanded. Once he discovered the enemy, he would lead the fleet to attack. Then, he would be able to arrive in time and even defeat the Dionysian fleet that had sent the infantry of the fleet ashore to loot. Morbar's plan was good, but ever since the two attacks, the Dionysian fleet had not appeared on the coast of Africa again. Today, when he received the news that the Dionysian fleet had attacked the fleet from Iberia in front of Carthage port, he was not as angry as his subordinate. Instead, he fell into deep thought. This was because ever since he became the Navy commander, he had been avoiding direct battles with the enemy because the Dionia navy had a greater advantage. Now that the Dionysian fleet had come directly to his door, it was obvious that they wanted to force the Carthage fleet to fight them. Many of his subordinates asked him to fight, saying, "The number of warships of the Dionysian fleet in front of the port is less than our Carthage fleet. Moreover, we are fighting in front of our own territory. It is entirely possible for us to completely defeat them, and thus reverse some of our decline." But Morbar still had some concerns, so he did not make a decision. But what he did not expect was that the attack of the Dionysian fleet had already caused a huge uproar among the people of Carthage. More than 100 elders, led by Hanno, Pretacuba, and Essiaruba, personally came to the military port to hand over the resolution passed by the Senate to him. Naturally, Morbar could no longer decline, but he already had a battle plan in advance. After giving out military orders, he quickly led more than 100 warships that had already slid into the military port from the dry dock and were ready to go. They sailed out of the port one after another, and the elders also boarded the walls of the breakwater, ready to watch this naval battle that was of utmost importance to Carthage. As soon as the first Carthage warship sailed out of the port, the Dionia clippers that were ordered to monitor the port immediately signaled with flag signals. The warships of the first squadron of the Third Fleet of Dionia, which was responsible for intercepting the Iberian fleet, no longer played around with the enemy. Instead, they began to attack ruthlessly. As a result, the hulls of the cargo ships were quickly smashed, and the shining silver bricks sank into the sea along with the broken cargo ship. The elders who were watching from the city walls were all pained. It also made the captains and crew members on the deck of the Carthage warships that sailed out of the port and were getting into formation furious. Therefore, some of the warships could not wait to get into formation and charged straight at the Dionysian fleet, wanting to save their compatriots who were trapped in a tight encirclement. Seeing this, Morbar, who was the last to leave the port, coughed in anger. Ever since he took office, he had been paying close attention to the training and discipline of the newly formed fleet, hoping to be able to compete with the Dionia. But obviously the time was too short, and the results were not ideal. Under such circumstances, he had no choice but to use another battle plan that he had prepared in advance. Inform Barikos and the rest to attack together with us now. Chapter 10:19. After giving the order, Morbar led the other warships and charged towards the Dionysian fleet. General, the Carthage fleet is charging towards us. Their numbers are about the same as ours. The lookout on the flagship's mainmast reported to Middleades the flag signals coming from the front. Middleades realized that the plan had succeeded. The Carthage fleet had been lured out of the port and the decisive battle was just around the corner. So he shouted, "Blow the bugle! Raise the starry sky and the red flag!" Middleades' words traveled into the flagship's lower cabin. These sailors of the Third Fleet had been rewarded by the King of Devers and the Ministry of Military Affairs several times due to their repeated contributions during this period. Their morale was very high. When they heard the command given by the fleet commander, all of them were in high spirits. They rubbed their palms together and prepared to make new contributions. At this moment, the captain's voice came from the deck again. "Warships advance. Increase the speed of the oars. Attention! Increase the speed of the oars." The boatswain immediately repeated the order loudly to remind all the crew. The flutist blew the high-pitched double-barreled flute and gradually increased the speed of the flute. The first deck's oarsmen listened to the rhythm and pushed the wooden oars forward and backward. The sailors of the last two decks followed the actions of the first deck step by step. The flagship that was initially basically stationary began to move forward. The other warships did the same. When the warships of the first B squadron heard the bugle and saw the flag signals coming from behind, they immediately stopped playing around with the few remaining Iberian cargo ships. They adjusted their bows and sailed towards the Carthage fleet that was leaving the port in the east. When the captains of the 10 or so Carthage warships that were charging at the forefront heard the frequent bugle sounds coming from behind, and then looked at the advancing Dionysian fleet that was rapidly advancing towards them, he could not help but feel a chill in his heart. He subconsciously ordered the sailors to slow down the oars and wait for the warships behind to catch up so that they could merge into the formation and attack together. Although they were both advancing in formation, due to the presence of these 10 or so Carthage warships, the distance between the two sides was only a mile. Dionysia's starry sky formation was almost complete, while the Carthage fleet's two-column formation was still in its embryonic form. The situation was a little urgent, but Morbar did not panic because he heard Barikos' presumptuous laughter. "Old man, let's go up first. The people of the port are watching us. You have to get your men to work harder. Otherwise, if we perform badly in this battle, I'm afraid we'll be scolded to death by the people when we return to the port." Ha ha! A small Gattaca merchant ship sailed past the flagship, and Barikos, who was controlling the sail, was laughing loudly. Morbar did not express his dissatisfaction with Barikos' arrogance. On the contrary, he faced Bariko and solemnly gave a military salute. When almost all the Carthage merchant ships passed by the Carthage warships, the owners of the ships were shouting words of encouragement to the sailors, while the captains of the warships were also giving military salutes to the Carthage merchant ships that passed by. Watching these small merchant ships, which were less than 1/5 the length of the warships, rushing towards the Dionysian fleet, while being inspired to fight, he was also worried about them. However, there was not a single trace of fear on Barikos' face. He flexibly controlled the sails, and with the help of the weak southwest wind, the whole merchant ship sped ahead like an arrow. He shouted, "Dionia, your grandpa Carthage is here again." Facing the approaching and taller Dionia warships, he became more and more excited, because he could once again humiliate the people of Delinia. When Middleades learned from the lookout that the Carthage fleet had actually let some merchant ships rush to the front of the fleet, he was very surprised. Although he knew that the reason why the Sicilian fleet had suffered a defeat before was because some of the highly skilled merchant ships of the Carthage had played an important role in it, He did not expect that the Carthage fleet would actually let these non-combat ships participate in the official battle. This was really unheard of. Inform the warships to ignore these merchant ships, maintain the fleet formation, speed up, and fight the Carthage fleet, Middleades said in a deep voice. The captain of the flagship reminded him with some difficulty, "General, these orders of yours are not easy to convey." Middleades immediately understood. Over the years, the Ministry of Military Affairs and the Navy had gradually explored and perfected the fleet's flag language system under the guidance of the King of Devers. However, they had never thought that civilian ships would participate in the battle, and of course, there was no such flag language in this aspect. Middleades thought for a moment and said, "Blow the bugle, raise the green flag, and urge the fleet to speed up." Middleades hoped that the warships under his command would ignore the provocation of the Carthage merchant ships, but he had obviously overestimated the ability of the captains and crew to strictly carry out orders. Although the Third Fleet had been established for many years, most of the crew had little combat experience before this war, and the successive victories had raised their morale. Now, for the first time, they were faced with the provocation of the Carthage merchant ships, who boldly shuttled between the warships. They peed, spat, pointed at them, and laughed at them loudly. All kinds of humiliating methods were unbearable even for the commander of the Sicilian fleet, Sicilian, back then, let alone these young and vigorous captains and crew. At first, when some of the Dionia warships saw the weak merchant ships coming to the side of their warships, they could not help but turn their warships slightly to press against the enemy's warships even though they still remembered the orders issued by their flagship. They thought that the waves created by the warships alone were enough to cause the small ships to shake and even capsize, and that if the ships touched them lightly, they would be crushed to pieces. But when most of the Carthage merchant ships nimbly avoided the collisions of the Dionia warships and laughed even louder, the competitiveness of some of the Dionia captains and crew was piqued. They did not make more movements with their warships, but continued to press against the merchant ships. But in this way, the distance between the ships was shortened. The shrinking of the space had indeed brought a lot of trouble to the Carthaginian merchant ships. Just the waves caused by the rapid approach of the two warships had caused some merchant ships to shake up and down violently. Even if they managed to escape from the pressure, they could not avoid the collision of the warships from behind because they had lost the flexibility to control their ship. However, the sacrifice of the Carthage merchant ships had caused a lot of chaos in the entire formation of the Dionia Third Fleet. The warships were hindering each other and had to slow down. When the Middleades learned of the situation from the rear, he was anxious and angry, but there was no immediate solution. He could only order the captain to raise the 3 green flags at the same time and have the bugler blow the bugle for a long time to warn all the warships to strictly follow the order. Just as the Dionysian fleet was trying to restore its formation, the Carthage fleet had already arranged itself in the 2-column formation that they were most familiar with. The crew members with high morale paddled with all their might, and the warships quickly rushed forward to the Dionysian fleet in front of them. At noon, the 130 warships of the Carthage fleet and the 143 warships of the Third Fleet of Dionia officially began the battle near the Carthage port. The people of Carthage had already crowded the coast not far from the naval battle. After hearing the news, people from nearby Utica and other Phoenician allies also came one after another. The entire beach had turned into a sea of people. Everyone hoped that the Carthage fleet could defeat the Dionysian fleet that threatened the safety of their homeland. The people of the Carthage port even shouted Bellico's name in unison. Although this arrogant ship owner had made them stay away from him in the past, his bold and risky actions last time and this time had won the respect of the people. He was even regarded as a hero by the young people. Compared to the noisy crowd on the coast, the Taiji elders who were standing on the city wall and watching the battle were much quieter, and the atmosphere was more solemn. "Anubis, do you think we can win this naval battle?" Tapenlak asked the former commander of the navy in a low voice under Hanno's gaze. If not for Hanno and Morber's efforts to protect him, Anubis might not have been able to escape the severe punishment of the Senate. Although he had managed to escape with great difficulty, he was now idle, and even his status as an elder had been taken away. This time, if the elders had not been so concerned about the outcome of the naval battle and needed a naval battle expert who could accurately judge the situation on the battlefield to provide advice, they would not have called him here from his home. However, at this time, there was no sign of dejection on Anubis' face. Instead, there was excitement. The tactics arranged by Sir Morbar are very effective. Our merchant ships have already disrupted the formation of the Dionia fleet. Our fleet is seizing this great opportunity to launch an attack. We will definitely have the upper hand from the start. After hearing this, Tapenlak breathed a sigh of relief. His expression relaxed a little, and he said with hope, "I hope this advantage can be maintained until the end. In the end, we can win this naval battle." Ocradin, who had already returned to Carthage, also sighed and said, "If we win this naval battle, our negotiations with Dionia will be much easier." After he returned to Carthage, when he told the Senate about Dionia's harsh conditions for negotiations, the elders were in an uproar. Almost everyone expressed their hatred for Dionia's harsh conditions. However, after expressing their opinions, everyone showed different attitudes on whether to continue the negotiations. The Hanoverians believed that this was the first time Dionia had put forward conditions for negotiations. Carthage could fully argue for it in the subsequent negotiations, and both sides would eventually reach an agreement. However, judging from the current situation on the battlefield, the Dionysian army had a clear advantage. If the situation did not change and the final agreement was reached, Dionia would definitely gain more benefit. This was something that could not be helped. The Senate had to recognize the truth and accept it. Chapter 10:20. The Maganid faction opposed the continuation of the peace talk. They believed that the conditions proposed by the king of Dionia for the peace talks showed the greed and ambition of the Dionia people. They wanted to occupy the land and wealth controlled by Carthage, destroy Carthage's hegemony, and reduce Carthage to an ordinary city-state. This was unacceptable to all the citizens of Carthage. The elders had to give up the illusion of peace and make up their minds again. They had to use all their strength to support the Carthaginian army in Sicily and fight against Dionia to the end. Perhaps with the passage of time, there would be a turning point in the war. The neutral faction led by Isiaruba said that the negotiations could continue, but they should not be too hasty. They could drag it on and increase the military support for Maganid and Morbar, hoping to use one or two victories to change the arrogant attitude of the Dionia people, so that the negotiations could proceed more easily. Because of the peace talks, the Senate had been debating for several days, but they could not reach a final decision. However, the situation was becoming more and more favorable to the Maganid faction. Because the news of the peace talks had leaked out, the people learned about the harsh conditions proposed by Dionia. In their anger, they forgot about the threat of the Dionia navy to Dionia and urged the Senate to continue fighting Dionia to the end. It could be said that the city of Carthage was very lively these days. People everywhere were denouncing the greed and shamelessness of Dionia. Therefore, when the Dionysian fleet attacked today, many Carthage merchant ship owners gathered and took the initiative to express their strong desire for war to Morbar. In the previous naval battle, although the Carthage fleet won, the Carthage merchant ships suffered heavy losses. More than half of the ship owners and crew could not return to the port. If we win this naval battle, then there's no need for peace talks. Our fleet can continue to fight, and continue to win a second, a third, and finally regain control of the western waters of Sicily. Then, Lord Maganid's army will no longer have to worry about food transportation, and can fight the Dionysian army with all their might. Then, the whole war will be in our favor. Pretacuba said loudly. Ecriton wanted to refute, but Hanno said in a serious tone, "We all hope so. May Bar Harmon bless Carthage." With that, He actually closed his eyes and began to pray. Seeing this, the surrounding elders also competed to pray devoutly. In an instant, the atmosphere of the entire city became solemn. However, their prayers did not seem to have much effect. The Carthage merchant ships had disrupted the formation of the Dionysian fleet, allowing the Carthage fleet to gain the upper hand in the initial attack. However, this advantage was not too big, because the usual starry sky formation of Dionia had always arranged for the Raven warships to be at the forefront. Today was no exception. Although the forward speed of all the warships was affected due to the chaos in the formation, using speed to collide was not the specialty of the Raven warships. What it excelled at was the 12-meter-long suspension bridge that could rotate flexibly. Even if the warship stopped moving, it would still pose a threat to the warships that approached it. Of course, the chaos in the formation would cause the warships at the rear to be unable to reinforce the Raven warships in time, especially when the suspension bridge of the Raven warship was hooked onto the enemy warship. Furthermore, the dual-column formation of the Carthage fleet was precisely to utilize speed to cut into the enemy's formation, and constantly create a predicament for the enemy warships to outnumber them. Of course, this required the crew to have superb skills, and that was what the Carthage fleet was most adept at. Therefore, such a scene had occurred many times since the beginning of the battle. The suspension bridge of the Raven warship had just nailed onto a Carthage three-decker warship. Not long after the infantrymen of the fleet rushed onto the enemy's deck, the Raven warship would be rammed by the next Carthage warship because its allies could not reinforce it in time, and the warship slowly sank. The Carthage oarsmen, encouraged by the heroic actions of the merchant ships and the ardent hopes of their families on the shore, were no longer afraid of the 40 infantrymen rushing into the ship's hold. They drew out the daggers that they had been equipped with not long ago, because only hanging daggers would not affect their rowing, and the daggers were cheaper and easier to equip, and wooden oars, and put up a strong resistance. Even though the infantrymen of the Dionysian fleet had gone through a long period of military training and were fully armed, it was almost impossible to defeat the nearly 200 high-spirited Carthage sailors and completely occupy the entire ship without spending a certain amount of time and casualties. The third fleet of Dionia was at a disadvantage at the beginning of the battle, but after years of arduous training and the tempering of the naval battle of Sardinia, the crew firmly believed that no matter how difficult the situation was, the final victory would still be theirs. Therefore, they fought with equal tenacity, and worked hard to correct their previous mistake. As time passed, the Third Fleet slowly turned the tide of the battle. The most important reason was that the warships of both sides had fully engaged each other, and the initial tactical contest had turned into a full-scale melee. Such a battle situation was more advantageous to the Dionysian fleet, which had been continuously trained for years. The Raven warship and the fast three-tiered warship were adept at jumping from side to side, while the other was adept at agile and swift assault. The tacit cooperation between the two began to show its power. On the other hand, there was only one type of three-tiered warship in the Carthage fleet, because the Carthage Senate considered the need to build more warships as soon as possible to form a new fleet. The four-tiered warships and the twin-headed dragon warships were not included in the construction plan for the time being due to the more time-consuming manufacturing process. The tactics used to coordinate with each other were relatively monotonous. The crew had to worry about not being nailed by the drawbridge of the Raven warship when the bow of the ship approached, and they also had to be wary of the sudden attacks of the fast warship. Often, they could not attend to one thing and lose sight of the other. When the naval battle reached its climax, most of the Carthage merchant ships had sunk, and the remaining few dared not enter the battlefield at all. Because the warships were so densely packed, both the enemy and the Third Fleet were fully focused on controlling the warships to charge, circle, turn, and ram, and fight to the death with their opponents. They would not dodge the merchant ships at all. A light collision could capsize the merchant ship. Even the most arrogant Barikos had retreated to the coast with his merchant ship. After coming ashore, The people of Carthage bowed to him to show their respect. Then, they shouted his name and applauded. This was the etiquette for a hero. Barikos could not help but feel proud. In front of the crowd, he boasted in high spirits about his adventure of piloting the merchant ship to tease the Dionia warship. Just as some of the people in the port were attracted by Barikos's story and exclaimed from time to time, there was a sudden commotion among the people on the beach. Some people kept exclaiming, "Our fleet seems to be retreating. This is impossible." Barikos loudly wanted to refute these annoying voices. He did not want to see the opportunity created by his and his companions' risks and sacrifices be wasted in vain. But in the distance, all the warships of Carthage were indeed retreating. Up until now, even the flagship of the Middle-Ades had joined the battle. The only one that had not joined the battle was the flagship of Carthage, where Morbar was. It had been stationed not far from the battlefield. The lookout on the mainmast had been describing the scene of the battlefield to Barikos on the deck. Morbar judged the development of the battle based on this. When he noticed that the Carthage fleet had lost the initial advantage and had entered a stalemate with the Dionysian fleet, he already knew that the battle had begun to turn against the Carthage fleet. Therefore, he decisively asked a dozen trumpeters to blow the horn to retreat. The captains of the Carthage fleet, who had been solemnly instructed by Morbar before they boarded the ships, immediately turned around and retreated without hesitation. Naval battles were different from land battles. Although both sides were engaged in a chaotic battle, warships needed enough space to fight. Therefore, the distance between ships was still relatively large. Once they chose to retreat, it would be difficult for them to be surrounded. Moreover, the Dionysian fleet had a not too big weakness. As the main force, the Raven warships were not as fast as ordinary three-tiered warships. If the enemy fled with all their might, it would be difficult for the Raven warships to catch up. The fast warships, which were known for their speed and agility, were relatively small and had weaker defense than ordinary three-tiered warships. Therefore, they did not dare to leave the Raven warships and chase after the enemy ships for a long time to prevent being counterattacked. Therefore, after paying a price, the Carthage fleet began to leave the battlefield and retreat eastward. After learning about the sudden change in the battle situation, the Middle-Ades, of course, would not allow the Carthage fleet, which had been lured out with great difficulty, to successfully escape to the port without suffering too many losses. Therefore, he ordered the fleet to basically maintain its formation and give chase with all its might. The Carthage fleet was retreating, and the Third Fleet was in hot pursuit. There was no time to stop at all. The original battlefield was full of crew members floating on the sea, broken boards, some oarsmen killed by the infantry of the fleet, and warships whose hulls were obviously damaged and could not move. Barikos looked at the situation from the seaside. Although he was worried that the fleet would encounter another defeat, he was more worried about his compatriots in the sea. So, he raised his arms and shouted, "Follow me, let's rescue our brave warriors." After saying that, he took his crew and pushed the cargo ships that were docked on the beach back into the sea and sailed toward the battlefield ahead. The other remaining merchant ships quickly followed. Many people in the port were inspired and also drove their own fishing boats to the battlefield to rescue their compatriot. Chapter 10:21. For a moment, many Carthage citizens turned from spectators to participants in the war, which attracted the attention of all the people on the coast. The Third Fleet was hot on the Carthage fleet's heels, which made Middle-Ades very satisfied. He knew about Carthage port. Its military port was located inside the commercial port. The two ports were joined together, separated by a water gate. The commercial port outside also had a water gate. Its width could not allow so many warships to enter at the same time. In order to enter the port, the Carthage fleet had to slow down, which gave the Third Fleet a great opportunity to deal them a heavy blow. "General, the Carthage fleet is not turning around. They are continuing to retreat eastward." The lookout's shout did not surprise Middle-Ades. He had already turned his head and saw his ship passing by Carthage port. This meant that the commander of the Carthage fleet had also realized that retreating into Carthage port was a huge risk, so he gave up and continued to escape. Middleades's face darkened. He suddenly realized that if the Carthage fleet continued to retreat like this, the Third Fleet's previous efforts were likely to be in vain. Most of the Africa coast to the east were Carthage's allies. The Carthage fleet could find an opportunity to hide in their ports at any time, and the Third Fleet could not chase them to the end. By dusk, they would have to return to the base because the exhausted crew needed a lot of food and water. Damn Sicarian, what the hell are you doing now? The more Middleades thought about it, the angrier he got. He could not help but curse. At this moment, the lookout above his head exclaimed, "Carthage warships! There are dozens of Carthage warships rushing out of the port." Middleades was shocked. He instantly understood that the Carthage fleet was not retreating, but luring the Third Fleet to the port so that they could attack the Third Fleet. At this critical moment, he had no time to regret that he had let his guard down due to his eagerness to make a contribution, nor did he have the time to think about how the Carthage fleet came to have so many warships. In fact, after the naval battle near Eryx, the shipyards of Carthage and the Phoenician allies had worked hard to speed up the production and replenish dozens of new warships. He decisively ordered, "Blow the bugle and form a defensive circle." At this time, many Dionia warships already knew that there were enemy ships coming from behind. The crew did not panic too much. After seeing the flag signal from the flagship, they immediately began to form an orderly formation. For both Middleades and the Third Fleet, this was not the first time they had encountered a similar situation in the naval battle of Sardinia. At that time, the situation was even more dangerous. Both the captain and the crew were experienced. Fortunately, Middleades was cautious and kept the entire fleet in formation, so it was easier to change to a circular formation. When the Carthage warships in the port launched their attack, Morbar also ordered the Carthage fleet to launch an attack. The retreating Carthage warships turned around and charged at the Dionia warship. The Dionia Third Fleet was in a dangerous position of being attacked from two sides. As this battle took place right in front of the port, the Carthage elders on the breakwater could see it more clearly. They could see that the Dionysian fleet was trying hard to retreat, trying to curl into a group. The Carthage fleet, which had been premeditated, attacked swiftly and fiercely, like maggots on a bone, causing the Dionia warships to be tired of dealing with them. Some of the enemy warships that fell behind were even caught up by the Carthage warship. They quickly tangled with each other, and were then rammed by another Carthage warship that caught up with them. In reality, these Dionia Crow warships had voluntarily sacrificed themselves to ensure that the entire fleet could get into formation smoothly. Now, not only did the Carthage fleet have the upper hand in terms of the number of warships, they also had the initiative on the battlefield. As they were fighting at home, the morale of the crew was not weaker than the enemy. Although the Dionysian fleet put up a strong resistance, they were completely surrounded. The elders' worries were gone, and they were all smiles. Even Esiaruba praised loudly, as expected of Morbar. It seems that he will win another naval battle, and the result will be far better than the last time. That's right. With this victory, the Dionians won't dare to be so arrogant during the peace talks, Taipanlak immediately replied. With this victory, they still want to talk peace. We can totally increase our support for Morbar and let the Carthage navy regain their advantage at sea. Pretacuba retorted excitedly. We have to face reality. Even if we destroy this Dionia fleet, Dionia still has more warships than us. Peace talks are the best choice. Ekrodon retorted. The two sides began to debate on the wall again. My lords, don't celebrate too early. This Dionysian fleet won't be defeated so easily. Arnabas suddenly said with a cold smile. Could it be that the person who almost lost our fleet is jealous of Morbar's achievements and doesn't want to see the navy win? A Magonid faction elder mocked loudly, causing the anger of many people. It seems that the previous punishment for you was too light. The Senate should reopen your trial. Another elder looked at him fiercely and suggested loudly. Surprisingly, many people responded, scaring Anubis so much that he did not dare to speak again. When did the Senate become so timid and unable to listen to different opinions? Just then, Hanno stood up and expressed his support for Anubis. Up until now we have been at a complete disadvantage in this war against Dionia precisely because some of us were arrogant and thought that we could easily defeat Dionia. We even arrogantly declared that, within a year, we will drive the Dionia out of Sicily. But in the end, we lost Corsica, Sardinia, and even Sicily is difficult to protect. Now, the Dionia are attacking right at our doorstep. It's time to listen to different opinions and sober up some of us who are hot-headed. Anubis, tell us what's wrong with the situation. Hanno looked around at the crowd with a dignified expression. Out of reverence for this powerful figure, no one refuted him. Even Pretacuba fell silent because he felt wronged. Anubis coughed softly and said, although Lord Morbar used a scheme to trick the Dionysian fleet, he was not able to make them fall into chaos through a pincer attack. This is because the Dionia warships at the periphery did not care that they would be sunk and fought desperately to stop them. Their fighting spirit is very tenacious. Anubis could not help but sigh. He could not help but think of the naval battle in Sardinia. Actually, his scheme was quite successful at that time. Faced with a pincer attack from the front and a small number of warships, the fleets of any other city-state would have long been defeated. However, the Dionysian fleet fought a bloody path and turned defeat into victory. Their fighting spirit was so tenacious that it made people's hearts palpitate. Look, now our warships are not continuing to charge forward, but are circling to the sides. This means that the Dionysian fleet has formed a circular formation, causing our warships to not dare to rashly attack their formation. So what? The Dionian fleet has already been surrounded by us. We're not attacking to reduce our casualties. Are the Dionians not attacking because they want to wait until nightfall to escape? Pretacuba's words caused a few of the elders to laugh. Everyone knows that the crew of the warships are greatly exhausted because they have been rowing and fighting for a long time. They need to replenish their energy in time, but the battlefield is in Carthage. The Dionysian fleet cannot get food and rest, and their base is hundreds of miles away. At night, surrounded by the Carthage fleet, will the exhausted Dionia crew still have the ability to row their warships back? I'm afraid they can only surrender, another elder of the Magonid faction added. We all know that for the Dionysian fleet, staying here is only waiting for death. There's no way the Dionia don't know that. I remember in the naval battle of Sardinia that I commanded, it was also this fleet that was surrounded by us. In the end, they attacked bravely without any regard for anything, and in the end, not only did they break out of the encirclement, they even defeated us. When Anubis recounted the past that he did not want to remember, his expression was pained and worried. But this time, they are not in a hurry to set up a defensive formation, as if they have something to rely on. We can't help but be wary of this. Wary of what? Reinforcements from the Dionysian fleet? Hanno's heart skipped a beat. Before Anubis could answer, the port lighthouse not far in front of them suddenly rang out again. Dong, dong, dong. The bell rang. Why is the lighthouse bell still ringing? An elder complained subconsciously, because it had been ringing non-stop since the Dionysian fleet appeared on the sea near the port. I'm afraid there's a new enemy. Anubis was the first to react. He looked at the sea ahead with a nervous expression. Everyone was astonished. At this time, the lighthouse guard leaned his body out of the stone window at the top of the lighthouse and shouted to the people below, "Another fleet has appeared in front, and there are many black warships. Another Dionysian fleet." When the elders heard this news, their expressions instantly changed. They shouted in horror, "Quick! Go and inform Morbar. Ask him to withdraw the fleet back to the port." The soldiers on the wall quickly gathered together and shouted in unison toward the outside of the port, "Retreat quickly, the enemy's reinforcements are here! The enemy's reinforcements are here!" The two parties engaged in battle were right in front of the port. The crew of the warships nearby could faintly hear the bell of the lighthouse and the shouts of the sentries. Literary Hall. Chapter 1022. When Morbail received the news, his expression changed drastically. He immediately ordered all warships to give up on attacking the Dionysian fleet in front of them and retreat to the port immediately. Although Middleades and the captains of the Dionia warships could not understand what the enemy on the city wall was shouting about, the ringing of the lighthouse bell and the sudden change in tactics of the enemy indicated that the situation of the battle had changed. What was this change? The Sicilian fleet must have arrived. This was a plan that Sicilian and Middleades had planned for many days to lure the snake out of its hole. Due to the position of the Third Fleet and the number of its warships, the Sicilian fleet had too many warships, the Carthage fleet might not dare to fight, the Third Fleet acted as bait. After the battle began, the Sicilian fleet that was lying in ambush between the western part of Sicily and the Carthage waters would judge the time and rush over to surround them. As the location of the battle was basically confirmed, there was no need to worry about getting lost and missing the opportunity to fight. The Third Fleet still insisted on a defensive strategy, but they widened the gap between their warships to cover more of the sea and prevent the enemy ships from bypassing them and approaching the port. What was ironic was that Morbail had deliberately lured the Third Fleet to the entrance of the port so that their rear would be attacked suddenly. However, now that the Carthage fleet wanted to retreat into the port, they realized that the Third Fleet had formed a circular formation in front of the port and completely blocked their way back. Should they escape elsewhere, or should they force their way into the port? Morbail was faced with an important decision. Time was running out, and the veteran had lost his previous calmness. His entire body was soaked in cold sweat. Finally, he gave the order, "Attack forward, break through the enemy's formation by force, and return to the port." Furthermore, he commanded the flagship to take the lead in charging forward. The reason why Morbail gave up on retreating was that he knew that Carthage's crew was already very tired after such a fierce battle. It would be difficult for them to escape the pursuit of Dionia's reinforcements. Moreover, there were a large number of soldiers on the warships of Dionia. Even if the warships of Carthage were to land on the nearby coast, the warships could easily fall into the hands of the enemy. Because at this time, Carthage had no military strength in the city, it was impossible to send enough soldiers to guard these stranded warships. 2 days ago, there was a secret report that the leaders of the Namibian tribes inland had secretly gathered to plot against the rule of Carthage. Therefore, the Senate hastily sent 7,000 public militia to suppress the rebellion. There were only 3,000 soldiers left in the city. With Morbail's flagship as an example, the other Carthage battleships also threw their previous caution and patience to the back of their minds, charging towards the Third Fleet one after another. At the same time, 3 red flags were raised on the flagship of the Third Fleet. The bugle sounded, expressing the determination of the Middleades' warships to fight to the death and not allow the enemy to open up a path. For the crew of the Third Fleet, they had paid too much for this battle. They did not want to fall short at the last moment. Everyone was on high alert, desperately trying to prevent the enemy from breaking through. The naval battle that had lasted on and off for 4 hours suddenly became white-hot. Unexpectedly, the first casualty was the flagship of Carthage's fleet. When it rushed towards the circular formation, the Raven warship that corresponded to it straightened its bow. Morbail ordered the helmsman to go straight ahead and not evade. When the deck of the flagship was hit by the enemy's drawbridge, Morbail led the few soldiers on the deck and rushed to the bow of the ship, followed closely by nearly 200 oarsmen. He wanted to use the advantage of numbers to stop the attack of the Dionysian fleet soldiers on the deck. The attack of the infantry of the Dionysian fleet, who had been recuperating, was ferocious. While they used their leather shields to block the spears of the soldiers on the deck, They relied on the armor on their bodies to rush forward and stick close to the enemy, stabbing at the enemy with the short swords in their right hands. Even though they were on a swaying ship, the movements of the fleet soldiers were still very brave, swift, and precise, as if they were stepping on solid ground. This was the result of many years of arduous training. As a result, the few soldiers on the deck of Carthage's flagship were quickly stabbed to the ground. Morber had lost the guards in front of him. Facing the menacing Dionia soldiers, the old commander of the navy did not retreat, nor was he afraid. He pulled out his sword with his skinny right hand and stabbed at the soldiers of Dionia. Immediately after, his sword was knocked away by the leather shields of the infantry of the Dionysian fleet. At the same time, the short swords of the infantry also pierced into his chest. When he fell, there was no pain on his face, only calmness. He was born during the era when Carthage was at its most powerful. He had spent most of his long life in the navy, contributing greatly to the prosperity of Carthage. In the end, he died in battle at sea. He had no regrets. Sir Morber! Avenge Sir Morber! After that, the sailors of Carthage who rushed to the deck from the cabin saw the old hero of the city they respected lying in a pool of blood. They were extremely furious, no longer afraid of the heavily armed infantry of the Dionysian fleet. They charged forward with wooden oars and daggers, blocking the advance of the Dionia soldiers. For a moment, the infantry of the Dionysian fleet were blocked at the bow of the ship. The space was narrow, and many infantry were even blocked on the drawbridge, unable to reach the deck. This also caused the drawbridge to be unable to be removed in time. Just as the two sides were engaged in a battle, a Carthage warship bypassed the flagship and charged straight at the Raven warship. As the Raven warship was connected to the Carthage flagship, it could not move. The crew could only watch as the hull of the warship was hit by the bow of the high-speed enemy warship. Amidst the loud rumble, not only was the Raven warship smashed open, seawater gushed in violently. Amidst the violent tremors, many of the Carthaginian sailors and infantrymen on the deck of the Carthaginian flagship also fell into the sea. Screams and cries of shock filled the air. Amidst the chaos, the sailors on the deck of the Carthage flagship took advantage of the fact that the formation of the enemy was in disarray and the attack was weakened. They pushed the enemy to the side of the ship, causing many infantry to be pushed into the sea. Following that, the other Carthage warships followed suit. This caused the Raven warship, which was at the forefront of the Third Fleet's circular formation, to suffer heavy damage. The Carthage fleet gradually broke through the periphery of the circular formation and began to cut in. Middleades learned the details of the battle from the lookout. Sensing the urgency of the situation, he resolutely issued an order. The Carthage are fighting with their lives on the line. We have no choice but to fight with our lives on the line. Inform all the Raven warships that once the drawbridge hooks onto the enemy's ship, all the sailors in the cabins are to go to the deck. If the enemy ships come to attack, they are to jump to the deck and fight. If the Carthage sailors dare to do this, the Dionia will only be braver than them. Yes, sir. This time, the captain did not remind Middleades that the order was too complicated. This was because in the process of pursuing the Carthage fleet, Middleades had learned his lesson and recalled a few clippers, which were now clustered around the flagship. Due to the circular formation of the Third Fleet, the warships were positioned around the flagship, and the distance between the warships was relatively small. The order was quickly conveyed. Since then, the naval battle had entered an even more tragic stage. Not only were the warships colliding, but the soldiers were also fighting, and even the crews of both sides were killing each other. The senators standing on the breakwater were worried, and the people who were still watching from the port were even more anxious. In order to ensure that their loved ones could break through the blockade of the Dionysian fleet, many ship owners, in a moment of desperation, steered their cargo ships and bravely rushed towards the gigantic Dionia warships outside the port, risking the great risk of their ships being destroyed, to assist their own navy in the battle. It didn't take long for the Third Dionian fleet to fall into an encirclement. However, they didn't show any signs of chaos. Every warship held their positions and stubbornly obstructed the advance of the Carthaginian fleet. The predicament of the Third Fleet did not last long. The Sicilian fleet finally arrived. The 250 warships had already arranged themselves into a goose formation, consisting of only 2 ships, the fast warships at the front and the Raven warships at the back. They surrounded the Carthage fleet and launched a fierce attack on the Third Fleet. The Carthaginian fleet, that could not break into the port in time, was immediately surrounded. Without Morber's unified command, some of the Carthaginian warships still wanted to continue charging into the port, while some turned around and fled in other directions when they saw that things were not going well for them. The result of fighting on their own caused their resistance to be quickly crushed. Other than a few Carthaginian warships that managed to escape, most of the warships were either damaged, sunk, or captured by the Raven warship. The 2 Dionysian fleets that had won did not pursue the escaped ship. The Third Fleet stayed outside the port. While rescuing the crew that had fallen into the sea, they also attacked the many cargo ships that had left the port to assist the Carthage fleet in the battle to vent their anger. The Carthage cargo ships that were scrambling to escape to the port were chased and crushed by the Dionia warship. Many capsized. The Sicilian fleet, on the other hand, sailed to the west, where the Third Fleet and the Carthage fleet first fought. There were also many Carthage cargo ships there. They had rescued the Carthage crew that had fallen into the sea, but out of anger they did not stop there. Under the leadership of Barikos, these ships continued to cruise in the sea. They used wooden oars to knock out the floating Dionia sailors, causing them to drown. Morbal even planned to dive into the sea to see if he could sink the warships that had been captured by the infantry of the Dionysian fleet. At this moment the Sicilian fleet arrived. As this fleet had won the naval battle not long after arriving at the battlefield and joining the battle, the crew members were still relatively energetic. Moreover, they were facing the Carthage merchant ships that had once made them suffer, so their desire to fight was very strong. They relentlessly pursued and swept away all the Carthage ships on the sea. Even Barikos' merchant ship was eventually overturned. Chapter 10:23. It was not until there was not a single Carthage ship in sight that the warships of the Sicilian fleet stopped their exhausting rampage. They began to rescue the Dionia sailors who had fallen into the water and place them on the Carthage warships that had been captured by the infantry of the fleet. Throughout the entire process, the citizens of Carthage on the shore went from excitement to panic, to choking with sobs, and in the end, the crowded beach was silent. They had heard about the crushing defeat of the army in Sicily, and the destruction of the allies of Carthage. Although they were worried, it was not as bad as witnessing the Dionia navy defeating their fleet and wreaking havoc in the waters that they relied on for survival. The strength of the enemy sent chills down their spines. The citizens of Carthage were not the only ones who suffered a heavy blow. The senators who were watching the battle from the walls of the breakwater were also the ones who were more affected. As they stood closer, they could see more clearly and had more thoughts, so the impact was even more intense. Fortunately, each of them was an elite noble of Carthage who had been tempered in the political arena for many years. After a period of silence, Hanno let out a long sigh and said with a heavy expression, "We should immediately start negotiations with Dionia. In order to achieve peace as soon as possible, regarding the conditions that Dionia has proposed, I think we should make some appropriate concessions." This time, Hanno's proposal was immediately responded by many senators. "Sir Hanno is right. Now that our navy is finished and our army is trapped in Sicily, for the safety of Carthage, we must stop the war with Dionia as soon as possible, even if we have to pay a price." Pay a price? I'm afraid that, if the people know about this, they will never agree and will even go to the Senate to protest. You're too optimistic. Look at those lowly people. I believe that after watching today's naval battle, they will definitely be more anxious than us to stop this war. The Maganid faction led by Pretacuba remained silent. After all, the defeat of this naval battle made them deeply aware that the army led by Mago in Sicily would fall into an even greater predicament. Negotiating for peace was the only way to help them out of danger. At this time, Tapenrak wasn't ready to let them go, as he said in a pained tone, "My lords, today we have all witnessed the defeat of the Marines. It can be said that this war, our Carthage, is a complete failure. In order to negotiate for peace, we will pay a heavy price. Shouldn't we reflect on this matter?" Half a year ago, Lord Hanno, Lord Ecriton, and many other elders emphasized that Dionia's military is strong, and if we wage war against Carthage, we hope that we can maintain peace. Why did some people insist on waging war, resulting in such a terrible situation today? Shouldn't we hold them accountable? As soon as he said that, everyone was shocked and subconsciously looked at Pritacuba. The declaration of war against Dionia was a resolution unanimously passed by the Senate, Pritacuba replied coldly. If it weren't for you frequently inciting the people to put pressure on the Senate, that resolution wouldn't have been passed at all. Also, the theft of the Iberian silver mine by a Dionia merchant ship is also very suspicious. I propose that this matter should be reinvestigated in detail. We must not let some people escape punishment for crimes that harm the interests of the city for their own interests, and let us, who truly love Carthage, bear the anger of the people. Tepenlaco's words reminded the elders around him, and their eyes lit up. The failure of this war and the possible heavy price to be paid in the future would inevitably arouse the anger of the people of Carthage. The Senate did need a scapegoat to bear this huge responsibility, and Margot, who actively started this war, was undoubtedly the best target. Not to mention that the Magonid family, whose strength and prestige had suffered a serious blow in the war, had also made them less awestruck. Therefore, many elders expressed their approval one after another, hoping that the Senate would reinvestigate the matter of inciting the people to start a war against Dionia, and the theft of the Iberian silver mine by a Dionia merchant ship. If there was a conspiracy behind it, they would be severely punished. As more and more elders agreed with Tipenraco's proposal, Pritacuba saw Hanno's cold stare. He suddenly understood. Ever since the war broke out, the biggest enemy of the Magonid family did not give Lord Magonid too much of a hindrance. Instead, he was waiting for the most critical moment to stab the Magonid family with the most ferocious knife. He panicked a little and loudly argued, "Have you all forgotten? The reason why Carthage started the war is because Dionia declared war on Rome, and Rome is our ally. We must fulfill the covenant. Don't you think so, Lord Esiaruba?" In the face of Pritacuba's pleading gaze, the white-haired leader of the neutral faction coughed a few times, turned to look at the others, and said, "Everyone, we should immediately send people to rescue the sailors who fell into the water, repair the damaged warships, bury the warriors who died in the war, and comfort the people who lost their loved ones. We also need to discuss what concessions we might make in the armistice negotiations with Dionia, and send envoys to negotiate. There are so many things that we need to do immediately. The things you just discussed can be discussed after these things are done." Pritacuba's heart sank to the bottom. Although Esiaruba said it perfunctorily, he could hear his support for Tepenlaco's proposal. Hanno stroked his beard with his hand, and a sarcastic smile appeared on his face. As the sun set and night fell, there were still countless ships shuttling back and forth on the sea near Carthage. Shouts and cries resounded in this once largest city-state in the western Mediterranean Sea for a long time. In this naval battle, there were about 180 warships on Carthage's side, and 390 warships from the two fleets of Dionia. A total of 570 warships participated in the battle. After fighting fiercely for half of the day, the Carthage fleet lost 135 warships, and its commander died in battle. The Third Fleet of Dionia also lost 76 warships, and its flagship was also hit and sunk. When the Mytilades were rescued from the sea, they were shivering in the cold. In the history of the previous naval battles in the Mediterranean Sea, such a high casualty rate for both sides was unprecedented. However, the Third Fleet of Dionia paid the heavy price of more than half of the casualties in exchange for the near destruction of the Carthage fleet. It was difficult to recover in a short period of time, and they could not pose a threat to the navy of Dionia. This allowed the navy of Dionia to sail boldly in the waters of Africa, and they could directly oppress and blockade the city of Carthage. This was a great strategic victory for them. Therefore, after receiving the news of this naval battle, Devers was very excited. He publicly praised the seamless unity of the two fleets, their fearlessness of sacrifice, and won this important victory for the kingdom. He called on the entire army to learn from them, and promised that all the crew who participated in the battle would be recorded as a great merit. At the same time, he would urge the Ministry of Military Affairs to replenish the damaged ships of the Third Fleet as soon as possible. 2 days later, Ochradon, who was the envoy of Carthage's negotiations, rushed to Minoa, hoping to restart the peace talks. Devers readily agreed in person, but secretly instructed Henoborus to delay the negotiations as much as possible. When the Senate of Carthage learned that the king of Dionia still welcomed the peace talks, it immediately passed a resolution and sent an envoy to the Carthage camp in Serenus to inform Margot to suspend the attack on Serenus to ensure the smooth progress of the peace talks. Unexpectedly, Margot received more news. Pretacuba had sent someone to remind him. These days, the people of Carthage not only strongly called for the war to stop and restore peace, but also expressed extreme dissatisfaction with the war against Dionia. The Senate was also turbulent, saying that it was responding to the people's demands and was ready to launch an investigation into the series of events that happened before the war. The target was obviously the Maganid family led by Margot. After receiving this news, Margot realized the danger he was in. After discussing with his family's generals, he made a firm decision. He would never obey the decision of the Senate, stop the reorganization of the Namibians in the camp, and restart the attack on Serenus city. He decided to use a victory to restore the prestige of the Maganid family in Carthage. After the Devers received the news that Margot led the army to restart the attack on Serenus, and learned the general reason through other channels, they immediately asked Henoborus to question Ochradon. Since Carthage was already negotiating a truce with Dionia, why did he still order the Sicilian army to attack Serenus? Dionia doubted the sincerity of the negotiations and decided to suspend the negotiations until the Carthage army in Sicily truly eliminated their hostility to Dionia. Ochradon wanted to refute Henoborus. While Dionia was negotiating, did they not let their fleet continue to cruise in the waters of Sicily? They even penetrated deep into the waters of Carthage, posing a great threat to the ships entering and leaving the port. However, the current war situation was extremely unfavorable to Carthage. Ochradon shouldered the heavy responsibility of urgently reaching an agreement as soon as possible to safeguard the safety of Carthage's homeland. Therefore, he did not dare to say such harsh words. Instead, he sincerely promised that the attack on Serenus was not inspired by the Senate. It must be Margot's private action. He would immediately rush to Serenus to stop Margot's hostile actions, and the senators would also punish Margot. He hoped that the negotiations could continue after this matter was settled. Henoborus, who had received the Devers' instructions, of course welcomed this. Although Ochradon made a solemn vow in Minoa, in fact, he was not confident that he could persuade the noble and stubborn patriarch of the Maganid family to stop the attack on Serenus. Chapter 10:24. Just as Ochradon feared, the harmonious atmosphere between the two was no longer there. This time, not only did Margot reject Ochradon's request to stop the attack, but he also loudly reprimanded the Hanoverians. Not only did the Hanoverians not unite to defeat the powerful enemy, but they also tried to incite civil strife and betray the interests of the city-state. This is treason. The two quarreled, and Ochradon left angrily. Mago vented his anger, but he was not in a good mood. The original main force of the siege, the Namibians, had suffered too many casualties during this period, and coupled with the suspicion and scrutiny of the generals and team officers, now no matter how much the generals threatened and tempted them, they basically did not contribute. Time was very important to Mago, and he could not care less, and decided to let the Iberian army he trusted become the main force of the siege. Although the Dionysian army had been working hard on building the defenses in Selinus, time was short and they couldn't compare to the outer walls, which were made entirely of stone. After 2 days of fierce fighting, on the afternoon of the third day, good news came from the front lines. Lord Margot, General Hasdrubal, has taken over the western part of the inner walls. In fact, there was no need for the messenger to report. Mago, who was standing on the outer wall and watching the battle, could clearly see the Iberian soldiers in front of him climbing the wall. He immediately ordered excitedly, "Tell Hasdrubal, do not stop at the top of the wall, continue the attack, capture the port as soon as possible and seize the whole city. Also remind General Hasdrubal to be careful of the counterattack of the Dionia." Pamilka interrupted. Mago glanced at him and then waved to the messenger. "That's it. Pass the message to Hasdrubal, go quickly. Lord Margot, after we take over Serenus, you won't launch a new attack, will you?" Pamilka asked in a soft voice, worried about his gains and losses. The excitement on Mago's face quickly disappeared, and he snorted coldly and said sarcastically, "The Senate has already threatened me to stop sending us rations, how can I launch a new battle?" Pamilka sighed and said worriedly, "Our reserve rations can only last for less than 10 days. If Carthage stops sending us rations, then we'll—" Margot said calmly, "Our navy has been completely defeated. I heard that Dionia's warships have been cruising in Carthage's waters every day. It's impossible for Carthage to transport military supplies here. What's the point of the Senate threatening us? Moreover, even if the Dionysian fleet were to lift the blockade during the negotiations, would the Senate really dare not supply us with food? You should know that this army is not only made up of Namibian and Iberian natives, but also citizens from Carthage and the Phoenician allies. If they starve to death, they won't be afraid of incurring the wrath of the people of Carthage." Mago, who held military power, acted shamelessly, and the nursing home could not do anything to him for the time being. Pamilka was speechless. He sighed and said, "Lord Mago, if you do this, you will anger many senators. When you return to Carthage, I'm afraid you will be interrogated by the Senate." "I'm not afraid of their interrogation." Mago's face showed a hint of anger. He said in a low voice, "I'm worried that some people will put the name of the culprit who caused Carthage to be forced to negotiate on me, tarnishing the honor of the great Magonid family. I will never allow such a thing to happen. Think about it, since we landed in Sicily, we have conquered Minoa, Agrigento, Iconium, and Gela, won the Battle of Gela, invaded Dionia's territory in Sicily, and even deterred the main army led by the king of Dionia from fighting us. On the contrary, Montenegro's army suffered a crushing defeat in the Battle of Minoa, and the navy led by Anubis suffered repeated defeats. Who recommended them? Now we have conquered the heavily guarded city of Serenus. If the Senate insists on putting the blame on you and me, the people will understand that the real sinner will not be us, who have been winning victories for Carthage, but some incompetent and shameless senators." At this point, Brother Ma took a deep breath and looked at the soldiers who were cheering for their victory on the city wall. He hesitated for a moment before saying, "Since Ecradon said that the Dionians are very willing to negotiate, our capture of Serenus will increase their willingness to negotiate. This will also give Ecradon more bargaining chips in the negotiations and reduce the price they have to pay." Mago's greatest fear was that if the Dionia stopped the peace talks and continued to fight, his army would collapse due to lack of food. But at this time, he had fallen into a double dilemma of politics and military affairs. In order to defend the honor of himself and his family, he had no other choice. Pamilka obviously thought of this as well, so he was not completely moved by Mago's words. he said quietly and frankly. "I hope things develop as you say." The two of them quickly fell into silence, each holding on to the battlements and silently looking forward. After some time, a messenger rushed in. "Lord Mago, the Dionia have built a strong wall in front of the port. They have dug trenches and set up stables. The number of enemies on top of the wall is increasing, and our attack is blocked. General Hasdrubal is asking for instructions." Mago's heart tightened. He immediately asked, "What does Hasdrubal think?" "The general thinks that the soldiers are very tired after fighting for so long, and they don't know the enemy's defense. He hopes that the soldiers can retreat and regroup, and attack tomorrow when they are fully prepared." "Damn those Dionia! How many walls did they build?" Mago, who was eager for victory, lost his composure and cursed. "This should be the last line of defense of Dionia in Serenus," Pamilka comforted. "Time, oh time," Margot muttered in his mind. He had wanted to end the battle as soon as possible and stop the war against Dionia so that the truce negotiations could continue and win a chance of survival for the army. However, things did not go as smoothly as he had imagined. "Let Hasdrubal retreat with his troops for the time being," Mago said angrily and slammed his palm on the battlements. At this moment, from the corner of his eyes, he noticed that there seemed to be black smoke rising from the far right behind him. He immediately turned around and saw that northwest of the Carthaginian camp outside Serenus city, not only were there flames flashing and black smoke billowing, but if he listened carefully, he could also hear the sounds of battle. "What's going on over there?" Pamilka exclaimed. "Send someone to check it out." Mago's intuition, honed from 10 years of experience in the Iberian battlefield, told him that the situation was not good. He decisively ordered his adjutant to immediately send someone to inform Sticamo, the general in charge of 10,000 Carthage's militia and responsible for guarding the camp, that there has been a change in the northwest camp. Let him lead the army to quell the rebellion. Also, send someone to inform Casago. Casago is currently leading more than 6,000 Phoenician soldiers as a reserve force for the siege and is on standby in Serenus. Tell him to immediately lead the troops back to the camp and assist Sticamo. "Yes, my lord." The adjutant immediately went to arrange for the messengers. "Is there a rebellion among the Namibian cavalry?" Pamilka asked worriedly as he pointed to the place where the thick smoke was rising. As the Carthaginian army had built walls on both the north and south sides of the camp in order to capture the city of Serenus, it blocked Margot's line of sight at this time, making it impossible for him to see the situation inside the camp. However, that direction was mainly where the Namibian cavalry's camp was located, so Pamilka made this guess. "That's hard to say," Mago muttered. He dared not make a rash judgment because there were not only Namibian soldiers in that direction, but also Lusitanian cavalry and a small number of Namibian infantry. Moreover, the Dionysian army's successful raids on Palemos and Lily had left a shadow in Mago's heart. At this moment, he suddenly had a more terrifying guess. Could it be that the Dionysian army had secretly invaded the camp? He could not help but shiver a few times. Once again, he shouted to the adjutant, "Hurry and inform Hasdrubal immediately. Tell him to leave 10,000 men to defend the newly captured inner city and lead the other troops back to the camp immediately." As soon as Mago gave the order, he saw several scouts galloping from the camp to the wall, shouting, "Lord Mago! Lord Mago!" "What's the matter?" Mago hurriedly poked his head out from the battlements. "Lord Mago, the Namibian soldiers who went out to patrol this morning suddenly attacked the soldiers stationed at the western camp gate when they returned to camp and occupied the camp gate. At the same time, there was a rebellion in their camp. The Namibian cavalry gathered together and not only burned their own camp, but also launched an attack on the nearby Carthage cavalry camp. After General Sticamo received the news, he was gathering troops to quell the rebellion. Before he could reach the western camp, he received news that the Namibian camp in the east was unstable. Some Namibian soldiers were attacking their officers and plotting to start a rebellion. General Stikamo believes that there are not enough troops to quell the rebellion in the entire camp in time. He hopes that you can send more reinforcements. This must be caused by the Dionia. We didn't clean up the Namibian army of spies. And those rebellious Namibian cavalry, they must have been incited by the Dionia. Pamilka said cautiously at this time, his expression filled with regret. During the reorganization of the entire Carthage army, some Namibian spies released by the Dionia had been found. If it were not for Mago's haste to attack Serenus, Pamilka believed that a few more days of reorganization would be enough to ensure the stability of the Namibian army. However, both of them had neglected the Namibian cavalry. The reorganization and review of them were not strict because when the rumors about the Namibian army were spreading, the Namibian cavalry camp was very calm. In addition, the Namibians in the east and west were relatively independent and did not have much contact. Therefore, both Mago and Pamilka had the illusion that the Namibian cavalry was trustworthy. After hearing the cavalry's request for help, Mago was relieved at first. The movement in the camp was not caused by the Dionysian army's raid. Chapter 10:25. Then, Margot's heart was in his throat again. The cavalry was the biggest reason why he was confident that he could defeat the main Dionia army in the battle. Now that the Namibian cavalry, which made up the majority of the entire cavalry army, had rebelled, he could not help but feel anxious. Did the Mauritanian cavalry and the Lusitanian cavalry also participate in the rebellion? This was the first question that came to Margot's mind. Their camps have remained quiet. They did not participate in the rebellion, but they also did not assist us in suppressing the rebellion. These damn barbarians! Margot cursed under his breath. In fact, he knew very well that temporary hired troops like the Mauritanian and Lusitanian cavalry could not be very loyal to Carthage. However, their attitude of being bystanders made him feel the urgency of the situation. He immediately said, "Go tell Stikamo immediately and let him lead the army to quell the rebellion of the Namibian cavalry. Do not let them escape the camp as much as possible. In addition, he also needs to separate a group of troops to guard our supply camp. And tell him not to worry, the reinforcements led by Kisko will soon return to the camp." Brother Margot anxiously watched the scout ride away. After a while, he saw the army led by Kisko coming out of the gate. Just as he took a breath, he saw another cavalry galloping to the foot of the city. Reporting to Lord Margot, the Dionysian army has been found in the east, and they are approaching the camp. The east of the camp? The Dionysian army entrenched in Minoa finally came out? This had always been Margot's expectation, but now it made him nervous. Obviously, the Dionia wanted to take advantage of the chaos in Carthage's camp to launch an attack. How many of them came? Margot asked anxiously. We didn't get the report from the scouts in advance. This was discovered by the sentries at the top of the camp wall. We can't make an accurate judgment, but it seems that there are a lot of them. The scouts sent out by Carthage's army were basically the Namibian cavalry. Now that they had rebelled, I'm afraid that they have long colluded with the Dionia. When the sentries in the camp discover the traces of the Dionysian army, it means that the enemy is already very close to the camp. So the situation is a little critical. Margot thought of this and said eagerly, "Go find Kisego immediately and let him lead the reinforcements to defend against the Dionia's attack on the camp." Then, he said to his aide, "Send someone to inform Hasdrubal. Tell him to bring the army back to camp." After giving the order, Margot was no longer in the mood to stay on the city wall. He and Pamilka led a group of people down the city and rushed to the camp. As the commander of the army, he had to stay in the camp, stabilize the army's morale, and thwart the enemy's plot. When they were about to enter the camp, Margot suddenly stopped his horse. He looked at the towering mud wall in front of him, then at his entourage around him. All of them looked anxious, including Pamilka. He smiled and said confidently, Don't panic, everyone. The Dionia's plot will not succeed. We have carried out a purge of the Namibians a few days ago, and we have those experienced Iberian officers with us, so the Namibian camp can't be in chaos. As for the Namibian cavalry, they can't play a role in the narrow camp. Stikamo will easily defeat them. I'm glad to see that the Dionysian army, which has been hiding like mice on Mount Minoa, has appeared here. In this way, not only can we block their attack with the walls we have built, but when all the troops are gathered, we can take the opportunity to launch a counterattack, defeat them, and reverse the situation on the battlefield. Everyone, this is a great opportunity. You will have the opportunity to become the heroes who save Carthage. Margot's words were like a beam of sunshine that drove away the haze in the hearts of his entourage. Their eyes began to shine, and they were eager to try the next battle. To the east of the city of Serenus, the Dionysian army formed a long line, slowly advancing along the coastal road. In the middle of the line, under the two glittering royal flags, was the king of Dionia, Devers. He rode on a horse, talking and laughing with Henoboris beside him, as if he was on an outing and not participating in a battle. Tormid, who was behind him, could not help but remind, "Your Majesty, we are about to enter Serenus territory. Should we not approach Carthage's camp first? In case the Carthage army attacks us, it will be convenient for us to retreat." Hasn't the Mountain Reconnaissance Brigade already figured out the enemy's situation? Today, Margot has already sent his main force to attack the inner city of Serenus, and there are not many troops left in Carthage's camp. Besides, Devers pointed at the black smoke rising in the sky ahead and said with a straight face, "The Namibians have already started to act according to the agreement. Of course, we have to follow the agreement to attract the attention of Carthage's people and make Margot make a wrong judgment." "That's right. His Majesty has always kept his promises." Henoboris interjected. Tormid glanced at Henoboris and thought, "You make it sound easy, but although the army led by His Majesty looks like it has a lot of people, in fact, there are only 6,000 Rome's reserve troops. They are temporarily wearing the black helmets and black armor of the wounded and dead soldiers of Dionia, a small number of reinforcements from Potentia and Samnites, and the 1st, 2nd, and 4th Cavalry Legions. The total number is less than 10,000. The soldiers, behind the troops, are the laborers of the various legions and the sailors of the transport ships in disguise. They do not have any combat power at all. If the Carthage army really counterattacked, he could not help but worry for His Majesty's safety." At this time, Devers turned around and said with a smile, "Don't worry too much. We can see the black smoke in Carthage's camp. Alexis, Amintas, Martones, and Prasosis must have seen it too. I'm afraid they have already started to act according to the plan. Can the Carthage still divide their forces to attack us? I doubt it." Between the city of Serenus and the largest port was a thick wall. This was built by the soldiers and sailors of Dionia during this period of time to increase the height and thickness of the original inner wall. After Margot's Iberian army broke through the inner wall of Serenus, it became the last line of defense for the Dionia's garrison to protect the port. Hasdrubal felt that it was a pity. He felt that if the wall did not act as an obstacle, his army would definitely pursue and completely defeat the remnants of Dionia's army, completely occupying the entire city of Serenus and the port. But if he could pass through the wall and enter the port at the back, he would be surprised to find that the remnants of Dionia's army was completely an illusion. The entire port was currently occupied by a dense number of Diolian soldiers. Black smoke surged everywhere, forming a clear boundary with the blue waters of the port. Among them were not only the 1st and 2nd legions that had suffered many losses in the past few days, but also the Legio III and Lucania's reserve legions that had been staying in the eastern mountains of Sicily, as well as the Legio IV, Legio VI, and the 10th legions that had been entrenched in Minoa. They had all been quietly transported to Serenus by the Sicilian fleet and the Catanai transport fleet in the night 2 days ago. At this moment, more than 50,000 soldiers had gathered together. Of course, it was not just to defend Serenus harbor. The fully armed soldiers were eagerly waiting for the orders from their legion commanders. And at this moment, many of the kingdom's high-ranking generals that the people of Dionia were familiar with were standing on the wall. Alexis, Amyntas, Epitenes, Martones, Lazaru, Olivers, Trotyras, Melisanda, and all the other commanders and legion commanders of the kingdom were all staring ahead, completely ignoring the swarming Carthage soldiers. The deafening sounds of battle did not affect their concentration at all. Suddenly, Melisanda shouted excitedly, "There's a fire! The Carthage encampment is on fire!" Amyntas immediately looked in the direction where Melisanda was pointing, but he did not seem to find anything. Just as he was about to reprimand Melisanda for lying, black smoke rose from the northwest. 1, 2, 3. Young people have good eyesight. Alexis smiled warmly. Kid, I think you're more suitable to be the warship's lookout. Amyntas punched Melisanda awkwardly. The faces of every legion commander were brimming with excitement. Oliver said loudly, "Everyone, with the blessing of Hades, the Namibian cavalry has already acted according to plan. Should we start moving too?" "I think," before Amyntas could finish, Alexis hurriedly said, "Let's wait a little longer. Let's wait for the Carthage soldiers to retreat. That way our soldiers can start attacking." Amyntas coughed dryly. Although there was no one commander in the attack plan on this side of the harbor, Alexis' words did make sense. All the generals expressed their agreement and decided to temporarily suppress their excitement and wait for the situation to change. In fact, they did not have to wait for long. The Carthage soldiers below the city began to retreat. "We can start attacking." Amyntas' words received enthusiastic responses from everyone. In order to carry out this attack plan, Serenus garrison had specially opened up 2 more gates on this wall. The left gate was under Martones' command, with the 2nd Legion and Legio VI. The middle gate was under Alexis' command, with the Legio III, Legio IV, and the 10th Legion. The right gate was under Amyntas' command, with the 1st Legion and the Lucaria Reserve Legion. The middle gate had the most troops and the most complete legion. This was because it would be the main force of the attack, and at the same time, it had to support the allies on both sides. Chapter 10:26. Woo! When Hasdrubal heard the loud bugle call from the Dionia garrison behind him, he was ordering his generals to gather their troops as soon as possible and retreat in better order. As he had fought the Dionysian army many times, he knew that the bugle call meant an attack, so he was a little surprised. Are the Dionia people crazy? If it weren't for the city walls, they would have been killed long ago. How dare they attack us? General, if the Dionia people are really coming out to fight back, that's a good thing. As long as we defeat them, we can seize the opportunity and successfully attack the port. One of the Iberian generals rushed to remind Hasdrubal. This was immediately agreed by the others, and Hasdrubal had the same intention, so he immediately changed his order. Go back at once and let your soldiers slowly retreat. Once the Dionia garrison is lured out, we can launch a counterattack. As soon as the generals left with the order, Hasdrubal received an order from Margot. The Namibians have started a rebellion in the camp? Hasdrubal was shocked as he looked at the sudden rise of black smoke in the northwest direction. He now understood why the Dionia garrison suddenly attacked. It turned out that they wanted to take advantage of the situation. He thought the same as Margot, that the Namibian rebellion would soon be quelled, so he did not want to obey Margot's order to lead the army back to the camp. Because of the stupidity of the Dionia garrison, the opportunity to capture the port was right in front of them. While he was hesitating, he received another order from Margot. The Dionia army is approaching the camp? Hasdrubal was shocked again. He finally understood why the Selinus garrison took the initiative to attack. They want to do their best to delay the siege troops led by me and prevent me from returning to the camp. Of course, Hasdrubal could distinguish between the camp and Selinus. Just the fact that there were provisions and supplies in the camp was enough for him to make up his mind. Hurry up and inform the generals to immediately lead the troops back to the camp. Not long after, the messengers returned with a shocking piece of news. The Daionia garrison was very large, and they were attacking Carthage's troops fiercely. Is the Daionia garrison trying to stall us? Or was he really launching an attack? Hasdrubal was so confused by the news that he decided to go to the front lines to see what was going on. Before attacking the inner walls, not only did Mago appoint Hasdrubal as the commander of all the attacking troops, but he also emphasized that Hasdrubal could not charge at the front like he usually did. It was his first time commanding such a large army, and Hasdrubal obeyed. He stayed at the rear. When the battle was going well, he did not feel anything was wrong, but when the situation became complicated, he could not keep track of the situation at the front. After the bugle was blown, the 3 gates on the left, middle, and right side of the walls opened wide. The legion of Dionysia lined up in columns and rushed out. Carthage's army deliberately retreated, giving them more time and space. This allowed the Daionia garrison to boldly form a formation in front of the walls. And so, Carthage's soldiers were surprised to see the enemy rushing out of the city gates, then moving left and right in an orderly fashion, soon forming a continuous line. Carthage's generals felt uneasy, and began to prepare to give the order to attack. Just then, Hasdrubal's messengers arrived and ordered the troops to return to the camp immediately. The generals were dumbfounded. Retreating in front of the enemy was taboo, but Hasdrubal's order was firm and strict, as if something more important had happened. Some of the generals carried out the order, while others, such as the Lusitanian and Celtic leaders, refused to carry out the order, saying that Hasdrubal had given 2 completely different orders in such a short period of time, which was completely out of his mind. The Carthage army's disagreements in carrying out the orders resulted in some troops retreating, and some attacking. Before the battle even started, the entire army was in chaos. The Daonia's various commanders seized this opportunity and immediately launched an attack. The legionnaires shouted the name of Hades and charged at the enemy like a tidal wave. Although his vision was blocked by the soldiers, the thunderous roars shocked Hasdrubal, who had just caught up. He immediately realized that what the messengers said was true. The attacking Daionia army was not only numerous, but also had high morale. But at this moment both sides were already fighting, and it was too late to change the order. The legion of Dionysia on the left, center, and right sides of the army that had never fought in Sicily before, such as Legio III, Legio IV, Legio VI, and the Lucaria Reserve Legion. After landing in Sicily, they had been staying in the barrack. Other than training, they had heard news of victory after victory, and were envious of their allies fighting on the front lines. So when the order to attack was given, these legionnaires, who had rested for more than a month, roared thunderously, ran like the wind, and charged like tigers. After a loud crash, shields were broken, spears were broken, and Carthage's soldiers were either stabbed or knocked down. Due to the constant changes in orders, the formation of Carthage's troops was in chaos. Only the Lusitanian and Celtic warriors managed to hold off the charge of the Legion of Dionysia. Under the city wall in front of the port area, from the east to the west, there was not a single spot where the Carthaginian army was not attacked. There were surging black figures everywhere, and deafening sounds of fighting could be heard everywhere. Quick! Hurry and inform Casago. We need reinforcements here. Tell him to bring the troops here immediately. Hasdrubal shouted anxiously at the soldier who had given the order. With that, he rode his war horse and galloped back and forth behind the battle formation. Together with his subordinates, he loudly boosted the morale of the soldiers, encouraging them to persevere in the battle and that reinforcements would arrive soon. In response, many Daionia soldiers at the rear followed the plan and shouted in Carthage's language in unison, "The Namibians are rioting. They're burning down your camp. Run, or you'll be surrounded." When the Carthage soldiers heard the enemy's shouts, they became more and more panicked. They had indeed seen black smoke rising from the rear, and wondered what was going on. Moreover, they had been fighting for most of the day and were almost exhausted. Even the Philip infantry, who were known for their tenacious fighting spirit, did not have the mood to fight anymore. Their morale plummeted, and the soldiers began to retreat. Only the Lusitanian and Celtic warriors were still fighting tenaciously. But when the neighboring allies began to flee and the enemy began to attack their flanks, preparing to surround them, these fierce natives of Iberia had no choice but to put down their pride and turn to flee. This large-scale assault battle lasted for less than 20 minutes before the outcome was decided. The Iberian army was completely routed, and the Dionysian army was in hot pursuit. The Carthage army had more than 40,000 soldiers, and the Dionysian army had more than 50,000 soldiers. Nearly 100,000 people were chasing and killing each other in the city of Selinus. The whole city was like a boiling kettle that was about to explode. Dust filled the air, and the noise was deafening. The continuous screams from behind made the Carthaginian soldiers run for their lives, even pushing and shoving each other. The ruins of the residences in the city, as well as their vision that was blocked by the dust, made them even more anxious. There were people constantly falling and being trampled on. When Margot went to the camp, he left some soldiers on the outer wall of Selinus. When the earth shook, the sound waves surged, and thousands of soldiers approached. The soldiers standing on the city wall were stunned. Even though there were black figures moving everywhere under the city at this time, throwing a javelin or shooting an arrow would not miss the target. It was an absolute opportunity to kill the enemy, but no one chose to do so. They felt like they were a small boat facing a huge storm that was about to hit. If they hesitated even a little, the boat would be destroyed and the people would die. Therefore, the soldiers on the city wall chose to flee without hesitation. So far, it took Margot nearly 2 months, countless manpower, and a lot of sacrifices to capture the city of Selinus. The Dionysian army took just over half an hour to recapture everything. They did not stop there and continued to pursue. When Margot returned to the camp, he immediately climbed the outer wall of the camp to observe the approaching Dionysian army. He saw the 2 flags of the kingdom of Dionia shining in the sun, and immediately realized that the king of Dionia was most likely in this army. As the Dionysian army got closer to the camp, the experienced Margot noticed that something was wrong with the army. At least half of the soldiers of Dionia did not behave like elite. This suddenly gave him a strong idea. Why not go out of the camp to face the enemy? This may be a great opportunity to defeat the king of Dionia and turn the tide of the war. At this time, he received the news that the garrison of Dionia in the port of Selinus had attacked, and Hasdrubal's army could not return soon. At the same time, the Namibian cavalry who rebelled in the northwest of the camp noticed that the army led by Sticamo was coming in a hurry. They did not dare to fight and quickly fled the camp. Sticamo did not pursue them. Instead, he led the soldiers to put out the fire that was spreading. The army led by Kisego had arrived at the Namibian camp in the southeast of the camp and was quelling the riot there. The entire Carthage camp had basically been restored to stability.